Jewelers help. We can't bring Grandma back, but we can help you remember her. Remember, yesterday's gems are not like leftover pizza. They're good for an eternity to use and enjoy. Marksi Jeweler, a family tradition in San Antonio for 90 years on Northwest Military Highway. Call us at 210-377-1818. That's 210-377-1818.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA.
It is 6 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm John Cruz in for Christian Blood. Showers and storms in Bexar County. Some heavy downpours south of downtown at this hour. Your full forecast coming up in AccuWeather. Focused on Friday, San Antonio Spurs dropping 1 to OKC last night in Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, 122-113. Game 3 is Friday, back home here at the Frost. More coming up in your sports. As tensions rise between the U.S. and Cuba, an aircraft carrier strike group has arrived in the Caribbean. U.S. Southern Command says the carrier USS Nimitz has entered the region. Now, this comes as the DOJ has charged former Cuban President Raul Castro with murder over a 1996 incident where Cuban fighter jets shot down 2 planes, killing 4. Trump later said the indictment is not the beginning of an escalation of U.S. involvement in Cuba, saying the country is, quote, already falling apart. A Westside Middle School principal out on bond after his arrest early Wednesday for DWI. Kevin Van Laham was reportedly driving the wrong way on West Loop 1604 when Converse police pulled him over around 2 a.m. Officers arrested Van Laham after he failed a breathalyzer test. Now, Van Laham has been the principal of EM Peace Middle School in Northside since last summer. Police looking for a suspect who shot two men at a bar early this morning. This began at La Carreta Bar in San Pedro near Hildebrand after a security guard kicked the man out after a fight. Well, that's when the man pulled a gun, shot back, hitting one in the leg, another man in the ankle. Those two taken to the hospital, expected to be okay. Police still looking for that suspect. Governor Abbott is confident Toyota will build the $2 billion assembly plant here in San Antonio.
It's going to lead to a tremendous number of new high-paying jobs, but also expanding the footprint and opening the door of opportunity for so many other companies to be able to come here.
Now, the car maker filed paperwork in the state, but it's far from a done deal. They're asking for close to $37 million in grants or loans to build one near their existing plants. Including San Antonio, there are also production lines in Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, and Indiana. Just in time for this morning's rain, an updated flood warning system now in place in Bexar County.
County officials revealed the next-gen flood warning system, which has been installed in existing flood gauges on county roads earlier this week. The $21 million system sends current data to the Bear Flood website and to driving apps like Waze and Google Maps. The county decided to install those updates after last year's devastating floods. Stacey Keene, KTSA News.
As we prepare for the long weekend, drivers could feel the summertime blues at the pump in San Antonio. The average gas price $4.12 a gallon, but fuel experts predict record high prices this summer.
The Summer Travel Survey from Gas Buddy predicts an average price of $4.80 per gallon from Memorial Day through Labor Day. The fuel pricing app says the price of gas could reach all-time highs if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for much of the summer. Despite the cost, the survey shows 56% of Americans still plan to drive at least 2 hours this summer to reach their destination. That's down from 69% last summer.
Correspondent Rory O'Neill. KTSA News Time 6:03. Let's get sports with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs went down to the OKC Thunder last night, 122-113. Series now tied 1-1. It was a great game if you like wrestling. SGA went 39-2. Wemby went with 21, 17, 6, and 4 and survived several muggings. The Spurs did have 21 turnovers that turned into 27 Thunder points. Game 3 will be back in the Frost tomorrow night at 7:30. Speaking of the Spurs, it was officially announced they're going to play in Paris and Manchester next January, taking on the Pelicans. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
We've got your KTSA time-saver traffic and AccuWeather forecast next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
In phony TV ads, Mays Middleton says he's mega, but he's got no experience in a courtroom. Just a family trust fund and a new red hat. Mays isn't mega. He's the guy who sponsored a bill allowing mosques to build their own housing developments. Middleton admitted his bill, quotes, empowers mosques to use their land for housing development, paving the way for Sharia cities in Texas. To Islamic radicals, Mays is Mecca, not MAGA. The real Trump conservative?
Chip Roy running for office?
I'm Chip Roy, and I'll always shoot you straight. My opponent's trying to fool you, using his trust fund to bankroll lies. It's a bunch of bull.
You're doing a good job, Chip.
Yeah, I drive a hard bargain.
He's not easy, but he's good.
Because I do what's right for Texas. The Austin Swamp wants a puppet, but with illegals, criminals, and Sharia law on our doorstep, Texas needs a fighter for Attorney General. I'm Chip Roy, and I approve this message.
Political advertising paid for by Texans for Chip Roy.
Find a way to get away at the Crestview RV Open House going on this weekend. Check out the latest in motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels with factory reps on hand to answer all your questions. For the location near you, visit CrestviewRV.com.
At the Lofts of Sean C. Brown, we treat you like family. This is Sean Brown. I've been representing members of the community for over 25 years. From a DWI to auto accidents, call me today, 210-224-8200, or visit SeanBrownLaw.com.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Good morning. With the slick streets, the accidents are starting to roll in, so just be very careful as you head out and about this morning. 35 northbound Benz Engelman. 2 right lanes are blocked, slow from Frostbank Center Drive. 410 westbound as you approach Morrison. We've got a wreck on Callahan at Ingram. This vehicle spun out of control, hit a light pole. Eisenhower as you approach Mid-Crown. We've got a wreck in 37 northbound Pecan Valley, southeast side. This wreck has been moved, the wreckage off to the right shoulder. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast. We've got widespread activity this morning. Showers and storms will continue through the morning. Partly cloudy this afternoon and a high of 84. That rain chance will hold at 40% for the afternoon. For tonight, 30% chance another round of showers and storms makes its way back, a low of 70. For Friday, partly cloudy and 87. Right now, we've got light rain and 72 at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 1071.
Ware and Rima, 6 till 10. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Well, okay, so it's 6:08 KTSA. Sean is on vacation this week. 210-599-5555. Got a lot to get into today, so let's start with El Presidento.
Queridos amigos de Cuba, this is your Presidento speaking. Actually, I could be your Presidento when you think about it. 51st state. Estado 5-1, baby. You could be part of El America. Mucho bueno ideo, papi. Dale. Anyway, right now we're finishing up a little side quest in El Irano. But as soon as we're done there, es la hora de la big, beautiful Cuban fiesta, chicos. We're going to pick up Raul Castro, dress him up like a DJ, put him in jail, and we're going to have the biggest fiesta of all time. With delicious mojitos, sexy mamacitas, and all-you-can-eat tacos and nachos, muchachos. We can get Daddy Yankee to sing that Gasolina song, and we're going to fiesta all night long. Es la hora de make El Cuba great again. Muchas gracias, chicos.
That's great. That's great.
So anyway, he is the strongest president of my lifetime, probably besides the early guys, that were established in the country. Probably the strongest president we have ever had. Let's listen to the people in southern Miami, Little Havana, in, of course, Florida, and the tears of joy that are now flowing after the indictment of one Raul Castro.
It means some justice for the Cuban people. For 67 years, I'm sorry, we have been ignored by everybody. The United Nations, the Organization of American States, the European Union, everybody.
This is an older man. He's in Little Havana, and he's crying tears as he's speaking.
So we hope this is the beginning of the downfall of the Castro regime. I'm sorry, a little emotional. And
it's okay,
we're ready to go back and help in the reconstruction of our country.
It's okay, Papa. You can feel that way because, yes, there is relief coming. There is justice coming. There is change coming. And it's because President Donald Trump is fixing the ills of the world right now. He is just stomping on terra firma, if you want to speak a little Cubano.
I think the Cuban population of Miami and certainly beyond Miami, people that came there that were decimated, whose families were ruined, appreciate what the
Attorney General just did today and was just doing now. Is just watching it. So we have Cuba on our mind. Very important. Been a lot of problem for a lot of years, and this was I think it was a very big moment for people that, not only Cuban Americans, but people that came from Cuba that want to go back to Cuba, people that want to see their family in Cuba. I think this is a very big day, very important day. They supported me to the nth degree. They supported me at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
So what he's doing, particularly here in the Western Hemisphere, is he's righting a lot of wrongs, and he's trying to make sure that we're safe in the Western Hemisphere, because we have not been safe. We know all about the Cuban Missile Crisis. We know all about our enemies being 90 miles off of the coast of Florida. We know all about what they were doing in Central and South America as China had moved in there, as Russia had moved in there, as Iran had moved into the southern part of our hemisphere. And then the northern part of our hemisphere, you heard what he was doing with Greenland, and now we have a much safer situation in Greenland. And we are constantly, every day, drilling in Alaska. And I don't mean drill, baby, drill. We are doing that. I'm talking about our military is drilling in Alaska because China and Russia have teamed up and they're threatening Alaska every single day. But Donald Trump is not having any of this. Thank God for Donald Trump and not President Kamala Harris.
But Todd Blanche is doing a fantastic job. Cash is doing a very good job. So we will prevail. I've been standing here a long time with you, many years, right? And they've been saying, I think it's it. I think he's troubled.
He's talking about Todd Blanche and what Todd Blanche has been doing, and he's been doing a fantastic job. Now, I do have the response from the Democrats about Cuba. I'm going to get that to you in a minute, but first, the president was asked yesterday, what's next for Cuba? What is the next step, and where do we go from here?
Well, we're going to see. It's a failing nation. You see that. It's falling apart. They have no oil. They have no money. It's a failing nation, so I just can't tell you that. But we're there to help. We're there to help the families, the people. And again, a lot of those people are related to me in the sense that I've had such a great relationship with Cuban Americans.
Well, I mean, he lives there, right? Okay, so he's a neighbor. He's right there.
They supported me at a 94% level. That's a pretty good level. And their relatives are there. So we got to, on a humanitarian basis, we're there to help.
So as far as what happens with Raul Castro, do we go get him or not? Who knows? And the president is not going to signal that ahead of time because the Democrats will tell Raul Castro that they're coming from. The Democrats are working against this country as long as Donald Trump is there. Well, the Democrats are working against this country no matter who the president is. In fact, yesterday, the Democrat response to the Castro indictment, you want to know what their response was? You can guess what their response. You know exactly what their response was. You don't need to dork on a radio to tell you what their response was, because you already know it, don't you? Trump is worse. This was all over M. Snow and CNN yesterday. Trump is worse. Trump kills Americans. Trump kills Americans. You know, that's something that they just continue to say on those channels time and time again. And of course, it's meant to inflame their dummies who watch those channels and to get them excited to go out and put a bullet in his head. That's what it's meant to do. We know that. We talk about that all the time. Let's see, what else did they say? He kills guys on boats. Well, yeah, guys who are bringing drugs in here. We have had a 90% reduction in the amount of fentanyl that's coming into the country in 1 year. Uno año. 1 year. And the Democrats say, and he killed the Iranian leaders. Well, you're darn right, because how many Americans have been killed and maimed by those very Iranian leaders? You knew that, though. You knew that once they announced that there had been an indictment for a 30-year-old crime, murder, that Raul Castro allegedly participated in, you knew when you heard about that indictment that the first thing the Democrats were going to, well, but Donald Trump. But Donald Trump. This guy's the strongest president in my lifetime, and I am including Ronald Reagan. I was a huge Reagan fan. I'm including Ronald Reagan in that. This guy is unleashed to fix this country and the majority of the world as well. The people that he backs, they win. He has raised $800 million for the midterms to the Democrats' $200 million. Just a month ago, the Democrats were having to win 3 seats to win back control of the House of Representatives. You know how many they got to win now? 10.
How many?
10. 10. They have to win 10 seats now to take control.
That's not good.
And that number is growing every single day.
Trey, why is it I always see people from other countries celebrate Donald Trump's actions, but not Americans?
Well, Jimmy, you're absolutely right, because you go to places like Iran, you go to Israel, you go to Cuba, this very day in Cuba, and they are raising signs with Donald Trump's head on those signs in celebration and joy. Yes, ma'am?
Didn't they execute 2 protesters in Iran yesterday?
Yes, they did. They do it every day, by the way, just so everybody knows. They do it every day, and if you're a woman, you get raped before they execute you.
Crickets.
Huh? Well, of course they're not going to talk about that.
The Pope?
Of course, they're not. He's not going to talk about that either. Because why? If this was any other president besides Donald Trump, they would be screaming about it. They would be screaming about this. If it was any other president that went into Cuba and said, okay, we're going to indict this guy, and we're going to eventually probably go get him. We'll see. Or I don't think he's going to turn himself in. So we may have to do another Venezuela. But we have the capability of doing Venezuela.
That means we get to bring out the discombobulator again.
We do. As a matter of fact, well, we can actually use the discombobulator from Key West and hit Cuba with it, okay? That's the thing. Because you can stand in Key West and see Cuba from where you're standing. I done did it last April. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your president.
Queridos amigos de Cuba, this is your presidento speaking. Actually, I could be your presidento when you think about it. 51st state. Estado 5-1, baby. You could be part of El America. Mucho bueno ideo, papi. Dale. Anyway, right now we're finishing up a little side quest in El Irano.
Okay, I got to tell you, he's at the Resolute desk, and he's wearing the green of Castro with the green hat, the army stuff that Castro wears, and he's got a long Castro beard on his face.
But as soon as we're done there, es la hora de la big, beautiful Cuban fiesta, chicos. We're going to pick up Raul Castro, dress him up like a DJ, put him in jail, and we're going to have the biggest fiesta of all time. With delicious mojitos, sexy mamacitas, and all-you-can-eat tacos and nachos, muchachos. We can get Daddy Yankee to sing that Gasolina song, and we're going to fiesta all night long.
Yeah, baby.
Es la hora de make El Cuba great again.
Yeah.
Muchas gracias, chicos.
All right, let me tell you about Evolve Medical Group and what they can help you with if you have pain and limited movement. Okay, I'll tell you something. I'll share a little inside baseball with you. Pretty hot in the building today. We had a AC issue, and it's hot in this room. It's about 90 degrees in this room. So I went down the hallway where there is some air conditioning. I sat on the floor on my honkus. I did. I sat right down there with my cup of coffee just to cool off a little bit. Now, when I was done and ready to come in here and talk to you, I got up off the floor. Now, you asked my wife, and probably Elaine, but you asked my wife, and she would tell you that a few months ago I wouldn't have been able to get off the floor by myself. That's how bad I hurt. And that's how my movement was limited. I didn't even dare try to get down on the floor a few months ago. Okay? But because of Evolve Medical Group and their intervention with me and the things that they're doing for me, I jumped right up. I was 62, almost 63. I jumped right up, came right on in here and ready to go. Evolve Medical Group. Check them out. PRP, stem cells, hormone replacement, yada, 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 yada. If you want to be helped with pain and limited movement, evolvemedgroup.com, evolvemedgroup.com. Rain and thunder around this morning. It's clearing out the way. It's headed off to the east. Everybody off to the east. Hang on. Chances are going to drop here in San Antonio as the day goes on. High near 80. 72 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like going to be a busy morning rush hour. 410 westbound approaching Morrison. Got an accident. Only one lane is getting by. 10-minute delay for now. Stop and go from Pressa. 35 northbound Benz-Engelman. That wreck is still taking up 2 right lanes. Slow from Frostbank Center Drive. Callahan at Ingram, accident where a vehicle spun out of control, hit a light pole. Eisenhower, Mid-Crown, a wreck, and at I-10 eastbound just past Vance Jackson. Getting reports of a stall off to the shoulder. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Observe closely.
The Jack Show.
The biggest cultural phenomenon in America.
This afternoon at 3.
Why don't you give it a try?
On News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, it's Sean, and I want to talk to you about my buddy Dr. Mark Havercorn over at River City Oral Surgery. There's so many things that are different about River City. from some other places you may go to. First off, you don't need a referral. As somebody who goes through a lot of medical stuff, I appreciate that. You could just call them up and make an appointment and talk to them about dental implants. Maybe you need your wisdom teeth taken out. It's also quite affordable. They do not have a finance department. Mark doesn't have corporate overlords that he has to answer to and come up with quotas. He can offer you the best care for your specific situation. And all the pricing is published on the website. And it's bundled pricing. So it's everything that would be included in whatever procedure you're having done. There's no surprises. There's no aftercare fees. Dr. Havercorn also lives here in San Antonio. This is his home. So this is where he always is. And again, you don't need a referral. So call him up today at River City Oral Surgery and make that appointment. And you'll thank me later. 210-778-0002 or look them up online at rivercityoms.com.
Well, if you're like most investors, you're probably a bit confused on what to do with your investment portfolio right now. There's been a lot of volatility. We've seen a big move in interest rates, a war, new technology being introduced, and rising inflation. Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When I talk to listeners like you, the biggest issue I see when reviewing their portfolio is that there is no strategy or game plan. Without a game plan, it makes achieving your financial goals very difficult. It's probably time to schedule a free financial checkup with me. I'll personally analyze your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return. There will not be a high-pressured sales pitch at this meeting, just a clear, concise conversation about your specific financial situation. We actively manage assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. Give us a call at 210-526-0057 or visit us online at creatingricherlives.com.
CapTrust Financial Advisors is an investment advisor registered under the Investment Advisors Act of 1940 and does not render legal advice.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
Here we go. 623. Trey Ware, KTSA. Let's get it. Yeah. Right. Hey, listen, got some more tickets to see the Gunslingers on Saturday. I'm going to be speaking there. Stand by. Love that. I was cruising yesterday up and down IG, and I saw Commissioner's Court in Bexar County. I saw this thing from Grant Moody, and I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely stunned. This is not probably going to mean much to you guys. I'm going to look for a piece of sound I can play to tell you who I'm talking about, because if you heard his voice, you would know his name. But Bob Bruce passed away, and I was shocked. Bob, I've had Bob on the show. Bob's conservative, very staunch conservative, a great guy for the cause of conservatism in San Antonio. But when I say you would know him by his voice, he was a very well-known voiceover guy in San Antonio forever, for 50 years plus. He started a recording studio here, and I used to record at his recording studio. He started the air park out there, Bernie Stage Airport, and ran it with his wife Nancy for many, many years. Just a fine human being, Bob Bruce was. And he passed away recently, and so I was just floored by that. So I called Grant Moody and talked to Grant about that. We also talked a little bit about the situation on the east side with the rodeo and all that, and they're working on a few things, and as they get closer to those few things, I'm going to tell you more about that. Why are the Democrats, like Chris Murphy and others, so upset about the Marksi defeat? And why are they so upset about the Trump endorsement of Ken Paxton? Democrats are. You would think that Democrats could give two spits who the president endorses. But in this case, the Democrats obviously, they know that they lost an ally in Thomas Massie, and they know they're going to lose an ally in John Cornyn. Now, hey, listen, Senator Cornyn's a sweet old man. He really is a sweet guy. You'd love him to death if you ever got to meet him. But he's a rhino. And here is Ken Paxton with Laura last night.
And I am so convinced that once people know his views on the issues.
Talking about Tallarico, Transrico, as I've been calling him now for months on end.
I don't think there's a place for him to get elected statewide here in Texas. Maybe in California his views would be accepted, but I cannot imagine that once people hear him talk and know what he believes, that he's going to get elected in Texas.
Well, General, keep in mind we brought a whole bunch of Californians here to Texas, so there's going to be a little bit more appeal than there has been in the past. But just
I want us all to be
as a reminder,
aware of is that
here's Transrico.
That modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6, which honestly, Representative Hefner.
He said it with a straight look on his face, but you couldn't tell he had a straight look on his face because he's wearing a mask.
Me too.
He's still going to get the COVIDs.
Surprised me too, because I am not well versed in this.
Just stop right there. You're not well versed at all. And he's just the kind of guy that a Democrat is going to vote for. Will be James Transrico, the guy who loves trans children, just thinks they're the. In fact, during an interview, it's on my X account. Interviewer asked him, tell me one major thing that you're really for that we don't know. And he said, I'm for trans children. I'm so happy that trans children are coming to the Capitol.
Has Beto endorsed Tallarico?
He hasn't yet that I know of, but he will.
No, that's how bad it is that even Beto hasn't endorsed Tallarico.
No, he will. He'll because he's a Democrat. They'll jump in there. In fact, let's see. Van Hollen said yesterday, who is, he's up in Maryland. Chris Van Hollen, the margarita guy down in Venezuela. He said Tallarico is going to be our greatest senator ever. This is going to be amazing. When he gets up there, he's going to revolutionize the Senate. And you know what? Yeah, and for the left. But let's check in with the great John Cornyn and see how he's feeling about this.
Well, because only Texans get to vote.
Okay, he was asked, why is he staying in the race after Donald Trump backed his opponent?
And we've had 2 days of early voting. It looks very encouraging.
No, John, it really doesn't look all that encouraging at all. Quick break. Coming right back. Trey Ware, KTSA.
Now more than ever, Texas energy security is national security. That's why Governor Greg Abbott and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick have endorsed Jim Wright's re-election to Railroad Commissioner. Jim Wright understands how important Texas energy is to make sure we keep America first. Jim Wright is focused on making sure hostile foreign nations can never have direct ownership or indirect influence on Texas energy. And he's not stopping there. Jim Wright will keep radical militant Islamists out of Texas energy, protecting our infrastructure and our future. Look at Jim Wright's results. Record oil revenues topping $6 billion, fueling our economy. Jim Wright knows energy independence is national security, keeping Texas strong and America secure. He'll always stand firm for Texas. Jim Wright, protecting Texas energy, securing America's future. Re-elect Jim Wright for Railroad Commissioner. Election Day is May 26th. Political ad paid for by Texas Now PAC.
Every business leader is hearing the same message right now. You need an AI strategy.
But moving too fast with AI can create real problems, security gaps, compliance issues, wasted money, and confused teams too.
I'm Wes Bunch, CEO of Bridgehead IT. We see this every day, and it's why we created the AI Readiness Assessment for medium to large businesses.
It's about understanding where AI can actually help your organization, where it creates risk, and what steps need to happen before you roll it out. I recommend you call Wes and his team at Bridgehead IT before it's too late.
We'll sit down with your team, review your current environment, identify opportunities, and help protect your sensitive data from day one. AI can bring real measurable value to your business, but only when it's built on the right strategy, security, and structure.
Don't wait. Schedule your AI readiness assessment with Bridgehead IT.
Visit bridgeheadit.com.
That's bridgeheadit.com.
Listen up. We are raccoons, and we are a big deal if you haven't already noticed.
Yeah, what he said.
You see, we got these masks. We're like burglars, except we never leave, see?
Permanent maskuses.
You got electrical wires? We like wires. We like to chew on wires and sometimes start fires.
Oh wait, if there's a fire, can we leave?
Hey, pay attention. And we like chewing on AC ducts too.
I like duckies.
Yes. You got a nice attic? We'll set up shop.
Attics make me feel cozy.
Shh. Who's that? It's a van with the man. Uh-oh.
Crittery Victor!
Critter Evictor excels at all types of rodent removal because that's all they do. Unlike pest control companies, Critter Evictor specializes in humane animal control and exclusion, which means your unwanted critters ain't getting back in. It's their one-and-done policy, guaranteed for 15 months. So whether you have possums, squirrels, rats, mice, skunks...
I can't take my mask off!
And yes, even raccoons. Call Critter Evictor at 210-906-8910.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
An aircraft carrier group is in the Caribbean this morning, just as U.S. and Cuba tensions are mounting. We'll get the update coming up. A middle school principal pulled over for DUI here in San Antonio. We'll get the update there. And one of the teens accused in the weekend Austin shootings is here illegally. Those stories plus checking up on your latest weather conditions coming up at the top of the hour.
Good morning. Looks like we just cleared one of our trouble spots. This report sponsored by Allstate. The accident 35 northbound Ben Zengelman has cleared. Still working 410 westbound as you approach Morrison. This wreck is only one lane getting by. Solid 20-minute delay, slow from Pressa. A stall at I-10 eastbound just past Vance Jackson, right shoulder, and 410 eastbound Harry Wurzbach. Disabled vehicle off to the shoulder. Now we're getting reports of some flooding starting to come in now, so just be very careful as you head out and about. Wish you could save on home insurance with Allstate. You could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Your KTSA, Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast will hold with a 60% chance of continued showers and storms this morning. Please watch those roadways. A high temp of 84 with sunshine this afternoon. For tonight, 30% chance of another round of showers comes in through, a low of 70. For Friday, starting off partly cloudy skies, a high of 87. Next round of storms comes back Friday night into the weekend. Currently clouds and light fog and rain. It's 72 at San Antonio Severe Weather Station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 107.1.
6:33, Trey Ware, KTSA. Good morning. It's Thursday, May 21st. Sean's on vacation this week. Okay, before I get to Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger and the rest of the Democrats.
Queridos amigos de Cuba.
Hey, it's the Presidente sitting at the Resolute desk, and, well, he's an army green. He's got a long gray beard.
This is your Presidento speaking. Actually, I could be your Presidento when you think about it. 51st state. Estado Cinco Uno, baby.
Estado Cinco Uno.
You could be part of El America. Mucho bueno ideo, papi. Dale. Anyway.
Dale. That reminds me, will you call Pitbull and let's get his take on all this?
Papi.
Yeah, call Pitbull and let's find out what he says about all this, all right? Let's get a little fireball.
It's going to be a one-word answer.
Dale?
Yep, that's it. Well, Pitbull, how do you feel about this? Dale. Pit, will you be doing another concert? Dale.
Yeah, let me tell you something about him, man, because he's the coolest cat ever.
I like him.
When we went and saw him at the, what do they call it thing? Frostbank Center now?
Yeah,
it's been through so many
Frostbank
names. Hell, I don't know what it's called
anymore. It was AT&T when you went.
Yeah, now they call it the Frost.
Okay, all right. He was amazing. I danced for 2 hours straight in cowboy boots without sitting down. I didn't stop dancing the whole time.
Very energetic.
Yeah, thanks to Evolve.
Yeah, Evolve. That's right. And this guy, he does a whole pro-America set.
Yep.
They lower the – remember when Skinner used to have the rebel flag behind him? They lower the whole just gigantic flag of the United States behind him, and he says this: if you don't love America, F you. And I'm like, oh, careful there, Pitbull. Be easy on me now. But that's his attitude, because he came from there.
He recognizes where he made his money, and is showing some respect to the country that gave him the chance, right?
That's the one right there. The country that gave him the freedom to do what he does, because he couldn't do that, and he couldn't do what he does now in Cuba. There is no way, and certainly not for the reward that he gets. For I don't know, a decade, he was on every song that was ever created for one solid decade. Every time you heard Jennifer Lopez or, name the artist,
And
he was on it.
And he's a good businessman.
He's a great businessman. He's a NASCAR owner. He owns a NASCAR race car. My favorite driver drives for him.
Did y'all ever watch his show, Pitbull's Esquina?
I did not.
No.
Yeah, you can find it probably on YouTube, and it's him touring around Miami, and it's Pitbull's Corner.
Oh, I love it.
Esquina means corner.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
No, it would be cool because that's when I think he started to becoming endearing to the American public, showing off the Cuban culture in Miami and how they're just a happy people, and they're, he like, dale, let's go.
Let's go.
You want to have a taco?
Bring it.
Dale. You want to dance? Dale, let's go.
And he's like, and so he's going across the country right now on a pro-America tour, and he's talking to kids and stuff like that, saying, hey, I guess he's ready. I mean, we're all ready for the new Cuban president.
Hey, right now we're finishing up a little side quest in El Irano. But as soon as we're done there, es la hora de la big, beautiful Cuban fiesta, chicos. We're going to pick up Raul Castro, dress him up like a DJ, put him in jail, and we're going to have the biggest fiesta of all time.
Yeah, baby. Love that idea. All right, so.
Chicken on a stick? If he's going to have the biggest fiesta of all time, there better be chicken on a stick.
Sure, why not? You bet. And a whole stack of plastic beer cups.
Funnel cake, funnel cake.
All right, so here's another one. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger and other governors, but she's the first, going to do an executive order that says ICE cannot come to the polling places. Well, first of all, she can't keep ICE away from the polling places, number one. But number two, what she also says is, well, if that doesn't work, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell local authorities not to cooperate with ICE, whatever. Why? Here's my question. Why would you ban ICE from going to the polling places? What's the problem here? When Democrats talk to me about this, they say there's not a problem with illegal aliens voting. It doesn't happen. It has never happened in the history of the country, is what a good Democrat will tell you. No, they don't vote. Illegal aliens don't even go to the polls. They get nowhere near the polls. Really? Really? Well, then I say let's set up little ICE kiosks at every single polling place in America. Because if it's not a problem, you Democrats, if it doesn't exist, if illegal aliens are not going to the polling places, what do you got to worry about?
But then they'll complain that you're scaring them away from their American duties.
What? Who?
The people that want to vote.
Who? If you're not an illegal alien, that's going to lead me into my next story. If you're not an illegal alien, what you scared of? If you're here legally and you are a citizen of this country that can vote in our elections, what you scared of?
But did you see the interview yesterday where it happened here locally, and one of the ladies that was there to vote said, I'm an American citizen and I'm scared to go to the grocery store. I'm scared to go vote.
Yes, that's on a video that is up right now on the KTSA Facebook page that I cut this morning. There is a local immigration attorney, and immigration attorneys are worthless. They are absolutely worthless. They are undermining the United States of America with illegal aliens that they are bringing in here and helping stay here. All of them, I feel that way. Anyway, so there's a story on KSAT this morning. The people I work with, they're so upset. They're so concerned if they go to the grocery store, they're going to be picked up by ICE. If their children go to school, the children are going to be picked up by ICE. And their relatives are going to die in train boxcars down in Laredo. Okay, let me just fix your little cold heart there, baby doll. If you come here legally and you follow our immigration laws, listen to me now. Listen to Poppy. Don't swim no rivers. Don't get no boxcars. Don't try to sneak in here. Come here the legal way. Make sure you get approval to be in our country. And if you do that, then you ain't got no worries if you go to HEB. If your kiddos go to the school on the corner, you ain't got no worries. And you certainly don't have to worry about burning up in a boxcar. All you got to do is do it the right way and do it legally, and then you don't have any worries. It's not a problem. No problemo. It's okay. But if you're coming here illegally, and if you are here illegally, when you go to the HEB, there might be a couple of guys standing out front to want to have a conversation with you, and rightly so. And rightly so. Because if you're here in the country illegally, you should be gone. And toss you out. And if you're coming here for, righteous purposes, then of course we will let you to come back in this country. Absolutely we will. But follow our laws, and you won't have to worry about whether or not ICE is at the polling place. Follow our laws, and you won't have to worry about whether or not ICE is going to pick you up at a grocery store. Follow our laws, and you won't have to worry about what the children are doing at the school. You'll be able to travel in peace and safety. You won't have to worry about a dang thing if you follow the law. And you know what? That kind of applies to me too, guys, as a citizen of this country, a red-blooded, patriotic American. If I get out of line, if I break the laws, I'm in trouble too. That's the way it should be for everyone. I'm so sick and tired of special privileges for illegal aliens who broke the first law. They broke the windows and they smashed down the doors to come into our country, and now they're creating and committing crimes like, allegedly now, 17-year-old Christian Mondragon. He's one of these guys that allegedly was driving around Austin this weekend shooting stuff up all over Austin. 12 shootings in just a couple of hours all over Austin, stealing cars and all that, allegedly. Comes out today, they got an ICE detainer on this guy because he's not here legally. Every day I sit here and I see, I'm upset about it. You're darn right I am. Every day I sit here and I see stories about illegal aliens creating havoc on the streets of America, raping women and children. The guy they got yesterday I told you about lit 10 cars on fire. 10 cars. Well, Trey, nobody got hurt. It's okay. The hell are you talking about? Somebody certainly could have, but your pocketbook got hurt. No, I had nothing to do. It wasn't my car that burned. Yeah, if you buy insurance, you pay more because insurance costs go up for 10 cars that are burned, and it comes out of your pocket when you pay insurance. It doesn't matter what insurance company you're buying into. Insurance costs are higher. Food costs are higher. Housing costs are higher because the Democrats let these people in here, and now they're going to protect them so they can vote in the midterms. And you want to know why I'm mad at John Cornyn? Nice old man. But he hadn't done squat to move the Save America Act forward. He's one of those John Thune, Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Rand Paul people that's standing in the way of getting this done. We need it. We need it now. And they keep wasting every single day because they want the Save America Act to go away. Oh, no. Hey, listen. In Illinois, if you're a gun owner, you have to have your gun license on you at all times, whether your gun is on you or not. Even if you're home, they can knock on your door and say, show me your gun license at home if you have your guns at your home in Illinois. But in Illinois, Pritzker is all opposed to voting with an ID. And I'm sorry, guys, and listen, when I mentioned it on Monday, John Cornyn heard me, and he was not happy that I was talking about the Save America Act. Well, I'm sorry, John. You're a nice old man, but you're a nice old man. We have to get this passed, and it has to be done now, period. Because there are illegal aliens and people who are not citizens of this country who have been voting in our elections. Abigail Spanberger just proved it. She just proved it by saying, I'm going to issue an order that says ICE can't come to the polls. The only reason she would issue that order is that she wants to protect illegal aliens at the polls. 210-599-5555. Hey, Jaime, you're on. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes. So yesterday, two stories came out. One was from one I saw this morning, but San Antonio Current put down that ICE was at that polling site on the west side over here off Las Palmas. First of all, the guy pulled in there, and that's why it was Texas DPS pulling him over. And then San Antonio Current said that Sheriff Salazar went there and told them that they had to leave, and they left.
Told ICE they had to leave?
Yeah, and then this morning, KSAP puts it down that the guy was pulled over a traffic violation, ended up having a warrant for theft.
Yeah.
And then Salazar was there. He's like, I came and checked it. He interviewed there. He's trying to run for office or something. But yeah, he's there this morning. Oh, I talked to them.
Well, wait a minute, Jaime. Let me ask you something. And everybody, okay, are you shocked that he would be defending an illegal alien? Are you shocked? Come on. You know who we're talking about here.
And not only that, but someone that has a warrant and broke the law,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me that he's there defending that guy. Not one little bit. In fact, what would surprise me if he wasn't?
Elaine, what was the warrant for?
It didn't say.
Theft.
Oh, theft.
Burglary of a habitation.
And the sheriff is defending the dude who had a warrant.
He had a warrant, and DPS did a traffic stop on him, and he pulled into the Las Palmas library, and then they checked him out, and he was illegal.
It wasn't that ICE was at Las Palmas. It was that he was stopped by DPS there. And so he had a warrant, and the sheriff goes out and says, y'all have to leave and leave this guy alone.
Yeah,
that's your sheriff. You elected him. Well, I'm not.
He has a warrant.
Yes. Yes, and he's an illegal alien.
And the reason
allegedly.
they called ICE is because he's an allegedly illegal alien.
Right. Exactly. Okay, let me tell you.
Even if he's a citizen, he has a warrant.
Right, exactly. Well, that's what I was saying a minute ago, Jimmy. If I break the law, if you break the law, if Elaine breaks the law, there are repercussions. There's supposed to be consequences to breaking the law. Well, these people broke the very first law coming into the country. They broke through the door of the country.
But
we have doors down there, and they knocked the doors down and came in. That's against the law.
I don't like it because the media spun it to say ICE is at the polling location.
Of course the media spins it. Of course the media spins
They're
it.
at the truck of a guy who has a warrant.
But let me say, yes, but let me also, you're right, the media lies. We're shocked at the media lying, but yes, the media lies. But look, I say put ICE at every polling location in America and have them put up a tent, one of those easy ups that says, ICE is here, baby. Here I am. And if you ain't here legally, then I'm going to take you and kick you out of the country.
There is no reason conservative voters cannot wear a T-shirt that says ICE on it. That is not political, is not against the laws of voting. So I encourage Republican conservatives, get a T-shirt that says ICE. Wear it at the polls.
ICE.
You'll get sent away.
You can't. It's just it doesn't have the periods in between.
All right. We'll find out. I've got to take a break. Let me tell you about my friends over at Texas Rhino Shield. The Texas Rhino Shield on your home. You don't have any worries about the UV rays from the sun being a problem. The UV rays from the sun are going to go away. I mean, it's going to be one of those deals where Rhino Shield being 9 times thicker than paint, you don't have to worry about the UV rays. I know of which I speak because Nancy and I put this on the warehouse just a couple of months ago. It is, in fact, we were sitting out front. I sit out front every day in the afternoon before I go to bed, and it's kind of relaxing time. And we were sitting out there yesterday, and I was telling her, "Man, look at that! Isn't that just gorgeous? The Rhino Shield on the house, and you can get it in any color, whatever color you want, and they are so great at a turnkey operation because they come out and they bathe the house, they clean it, and then they fix whatever needs to be fixed. If you got some rotted boards and stuff like that." And then they apply the Rhino Shield. And then they hand you a 25-year warranty. And $2,500 off when you mention Trey Ware at TexasRhinoShield.com. All right, rain and thunder this morning. Chances drop as the day goes on. High near 80, 71 now, KTSA.
Good morning. Working a trouble spot on the south side. This report sponsored by Mattress Firm. On 410 westbound as you approach Morrison, this wreck has only one lane getting by. It's about a 15-minute delay. Stop and go from Pressa. Working accidents at Callahan at Ingram, Eisenhower approaching Mid-Crown, and stalls at I-10 eastbound just past Vance Jackson. And 410 eastbound Harry Wurzbach, both of those off to the right shoulder. Ready to upgrade to the perfect sleep setup? Let Mattress Firm sleep experts guide you to the perfect bed at the Memorial Day sale. Top brands, ideal comfort, score unbeatable deals on both. Mattress Firm, they make sleep easy. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Operation Appreciation, benefiting Soldiers Angels, starts Memorial Day weekend. Presented by Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. And in part by Window World, the Institute for Functional Health, Big State Financial, here in Texas, and Connecticut.
Hey, it's Sean. You know, I recently posted an online review of Trajan Wealth. We've been working with them for about 6 months now on a financial plan for my wife and I, specifically about our retirement. We've been working with a woman named Blair, who is our portfolio manager, and I just can't say enough about her. It's been a great relationship. I don't know a lot about this financial stuff, so Blair, who has the heart of a teacher, like they all do at Trajan Wealth, has kind of walked me through the process of making some choices with my 401ks and our portfolio so we can realize our financial vision for our retirement, and it's been a great process. Now, they do have the hearts of teachers at Trajan Wealth, so I'm learning a lot of new stuff, which is very cool. They are fiduciaries, which means they always put your needs first. When you make more money, they make more money. Additional services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. I'm an actual client. This is a paid advertisement. And additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Call them up for a complimentary consultation, 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Find a way to get away at the Crestview RV Open House going on this weekend. Check out the latest in motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels with factory reps on hand to answer all your questions. For the location near you, visit CrestviewRV.com.
It's home selling season. What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. That never happens with Orchard. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on the market for top dollar. One customer said their house went under contract within 24 hours. That's amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefit.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. At Lowe's, pros save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking. Now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Valid through 5/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah! Give me about 3 minutes, okay? And I'm gonna give you some tickets. 550 KTSA FM 107.1. Thursday, May 21st. Trey Ware here. Rain and thunder this morning, moving out of the area. Chances drop as the day goes on. So, Mr. Presidente. Presidento. You're going to hear this a lot this morning.
Queridos amigos de Cuba, this is your Presidento speaking.
How's it going on Iran? What's the latest on Iran?
You said yesterday you're about an hour away from making a decision. Where does that stand today? Have you heard anything from them?
Very right on the borderline, believe me. If we don't get the right answers, it goes very quickly. We're all ready to go. We have to get the right answers. It would have to be a complete 100% good answers. And if we do, we save a lot of time, energy, and lives, most importantly. Could go very quickly, or a few days. It could be a few days, but it could go very quickly.
All right, so he says he's locked and loaded and ready to go unless he gets the answers that he's looking for. And speaking of, whether he had a choice to get involved there, of course, the Democrats are saying this was a war of choice. This is the president distracting from Epstein, blah, blah, freak, and blah. Democrats have been talking that way for 50 years now, that these people have been leading every president around by the nose. You're not going to lead Donald Trumpo around by the nose. It's not going to happen.
Well, in the Iran, I had no choice because they were going to have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to give them a nuclear weapon. But that's going to end soon, one way or the other. Oil is going to come tumbling down. There's so much oil. We have 1,600 ships in the Strait that are loaded up with oil that are going to be coming out very soon. So we'll have to see. But the military has been unbelievable. The blockade has been infallible.
It's the blockade against Iran. The blockade is not affecting us at all, okay? That has nothing to do with the price at the pump, okay? The blockade is against Iran being able to do any commerce whatsoever, bringing them to their knees. One other thing I'll just bring up real quick here, a different story. Former assistant, that is, I just write ass as a real quick, note to myself. But former assistant to Jack Smith. Remember, Jack was prosecuting Donald Trump, J6 and all the other things. Was going to trying to lock him up for 766 years. And so they raided his house. And I told you why. They raided his house because Barack Obama was the ringleader of Crossfire Hurricane in 2017, and they needed to get the hands on the memo that eventually ended up to Tulsi Gabbard, and Tulsi was able to expose all that. Anyway, former assistant to Jack Smith, Carmen Lineberger, was arrested yesterday because she was allegedly emailing confidential material from Jack Smith's files to her personal email, disguised as dessert recipes to conceal them from record searches because Jack Smith and his office are under investigation right now for their investigation of Donald Trump. Now, let me ask you this. Why would you try to steal those documents and hide them away if they're all above board and goody-goody? If everything was being followed the way it was supposed to be followed and done the way it was supposed to be done, T's crossed, I's dotted, why would you want to steal the documents and hide them from the investigators? 210-599-5555. Let's give away a fistful of tickets. That's right. Call and talk to Elaine right now, and she'll give you a fistful of tickets to come see us Saturday afternoon, 4 o'clock. It's a Gunslingers game. Fast, fun, furious. Can't wait to see you there. I'm going to be speaking at about 3:45. So come on over. Call Elaine right now. She'll give you the tickets. KTSA.
If your transmission is acting up, Access Transmission on Thousand Oaks is the only place you need to go to get it repaired or replaced. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Access Transmission has been the trusted transmission experts in the San Antonio area for over 50 years. Family owned and operated, Access Transmission can handle all your transmission needs, domestic and import. All estimates are free. There are no inspection or diagnostic fees like the big national chains. Shop local and take your vehicle to Access Transmission, where you can get a fair, honest, and free diagnosis of your transmission issue. They can repair or rebuild your transmission with their in-house rebuilders. Serving San Antonio and the Hill Country, Access Transmission offers free pickup and delivery. And yes, that does include the Hill Country. Located on Thousand Oaks between Jones-Maltzberger and Wetmore Road, call Access Transmission, 210-490-4411, 490-4411. Access Transmission, the experts in transmission repair.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. KTSA.
It is 7 o'clock at KTSA, San Antonio. I'm John Cruz, in for Christian Blood. Early morning storms leaving ponding on the roads and some streets underwater. Complete AccuWeather forecast is coming up. As tensions rise between the U.S. and Cuba, an aircraft carrier strike group has arrived in the Caribbean. U.S. Southern Command says the carrier USS Nimitz has entered the region. Now, this comes as the DOJ has charged former Cuban President Raul Castro with murder over a 1996 incident where Cuban fighter jets shot down 2 planes, killing 4. Trump later said the indictment is not the beginning of an escalation of U.S. involvement in Cuba, saying the country is, quote, already falling apart. The Texas teen accused of pulling the trigger in a series of weekend shootings near Austin is an illegal immigrant. Christian Mondragon appeared in court this week, where prosecutors say there's an active ICE hold. The 17-year-old was also on probation through the juvenile justice system. Now, 4 people were shot in 12 separate attacks on homes, cars, and 2 Austin fire stations. A Westside Middle School principal out on bond after his arrest early Wednesday for DWI. Kevin Van Laham was reportedly driving the wrong way on West Loop 1604 when Converse police pulled him over around 2 a.m. Officers arrested Van Laham after he failed a breathalyzer test. Now, Van Laham has been the principal of EM Peace Middle School in Northside since last summer. A Marshall High School student in custody and accused of vandalizing a vehicle on the campus. Northside ISD police got the call on the parking lot Wednesday and tried to detain the student, but he evaded them. A Bexar County constable tased the teen and arrested him. A second student also intervened and taken into custody. So far, charges haven't been disclosed. San Antonio moving ahead with a plan to rename Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard. KTSA Stacy Keene.
The City Council's Governance Committee voted to approve changing the street name back to Durango Boulevard. Chavez's name is being erased from public places nationwide after recent revelations of sexual abuse by the late labor leader. The full City Council is expected to vote on that proposed name change in August. Stacy Keene, KTSA News.
Texas regulators trying to cut down on errors in the food stamp program, which are currently well above the national average at about 8%.
Overpayments accounted for 5% of the payment error rate, and underpayments were 2.55%.
That's Jamie Olson with the group Feeding Texas. She says it's not fraud. Some are clerical errors. Others are because people who receive food stamps have fluctuating incomes. If the problem is not fixed, Texas faces millions in penalties from the federal government. Elon Musk could soon be the world's first trillionaire. Now, this after SpaceX confirmed plans to sell shares of its stock to the public for the first time in a securities filing on Wednesday. SpaceX announcing what's expected to be a record IPO next month. Bloomberg reports Musk, who's also the CEO of Tesla, already the wealthiest person on the planet with a net worth of $667 billion. KTSA News Time 7:03, checking sports with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs went down to the OKC Thunder last night, 122-113. Series now tied 1-1. It was a great game if you like wrestling. The SGA went 39-2. Wemby went with 21-17, 6-4, and survived several muggings. The Spurs did have 21 turnovers that turned into 27 Thunder points. Game 3 will be back in the Frost tomorrow night at 7:30. Speaking of the Spurs, it was officially announced they're going to play in Paris and Manchester next January, taking on the Pelicans. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
We've got your KTSA time saver traffic and AccuWeather forecast next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Hello.
I didn't make it into medical school, Dad. I didn't have an A in all my subjects, so I can't get in.
What do you mean, all these years I supported you, all the money I poured into your education, you don't get all A's? What was your bad subject? Chemistry, physiology, what?
No, Dad, spelling.
Spelling?
Yeah.
What, was it some funny microorganisms you couldn't spell or what?
No, Kinetico.
Kinetico?
Yeah.
You mean the water conditioner that uses no electricity? Are you kidding? Everybody knows how to spell Kinetico.
Not me.
Everybody knows Kinetico is the water conditioning company that revolutionized the water industry.
Sorry, Dad.
Everybody knows that Kinetico is spelled Kinetico.
I thought the instructor said Connecticut.
Oh, son, you should have remembered kinetic as in kinetic energy with an O on the end. Kinetico. Kinetico. Spell it Kinetico.
The last water softener you'll ever own. KineticoSA.com.
I get to talk to you about Southwest Metal Roofing Systems, and again, a company I know, I trust. They're the ones I had put on my roof probably 25 years back. Still absolutely beautiful, never had one single problem with it. Called them back and said, hey, would you consider putting a roof on my barn? So this past year, several thousand square feet of roof on my barn. They do all kinds of homes, businesses, outbuildings, and the material they use is true lifetime quality. It's a Galvalume type material, and it simply doesn't rust out or go bad. My roof looks as good as the day they installed it. It truly is a lifetime roof. They give you the best guarantee in the industry. Most insurance companies will give you a discount on your homeowner's insurance. I just love Southwest Metal Roofing Systems. They do the job. They're prompt. They clean up after themselves, and you will truly get the best roof in the industry. Give them a call, 210-822-6868. It's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
When getting the job done right is job one, you need construction equipment that's built right. With durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all, you need the Kubota construction lineup. We've got the machines that keep you working. Paired with expert service and a customer-first attitude, Ewald Kubota is a name Texans have trusted for over 75 years. From the Texas coast to the Texas Hill Country, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
Wait until you hear this. You could save hundreds by switching to AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford. Visit trusthartford.com. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Good morning. As you head into your commute, just cleared that wreck at 410 westbound approaching Morrison. A stall at 281 southbound at Thousand Oaks is off to the shoulder. 410 westbound as you approach 35. Just now getting reports of an accident southwest side of town. 410 eastbound Somerset, that stall now off to the shoulder. We do have some flooding in areas, so just be very careful as you head out and about. Now, if you guys see something we're not talking about, call us on the traffic tip line. We'll check it out, 210-785-2601. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Your KTSA, Stevens Roofing, AccuWeather forecast. A few more rounds of light shower activity this morning, burning off into partly cloudy skies, maybe some peaks of sun this afternoon, a high of 84 degrees. 30% chance of rain comes back tonight into overnight, a low of 70. For Friday, starting off with partly cloudy skies, but more storms in the forecast Friday night into the weekend. Currently clouds and 71 at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 1071.
Yeah, baby, lots of cool stuff going on. I can't wait to tell you about some future events that I'm involved in. One of them is coming up this Saturday over at the Freeman Coliseum for the Gunslingers. Going to be speaking there on Saturday for the Gunslingers, and we just gave away a fistful of tickets, and we'll do it again this half hour before the bottom of the hour, right around 7:28. Right around 7:28, stand by. Going to be giving away another fistful of tickets to the Gunslingers for you. Okay, Sean's on vacation this week. We got a lot of stuff happening. We're getting around to all of it. In fact, I've been talking to you about Spencer Pratt out in Los Angeles. Some people about, why do you care so much about the mayor's race in Los Angeles? Why are you talking about it? Well, first of all, it's very interesting. And it's interesting to watch how the media is treating Karen Bass. They're not giving her any shade. They're just really, they're not being easy on her. They are, the media. This one guy yesterday was like, you've totally screwed up homelessness. What's going on? And her answer is, well, I didn't realize it's going to be so hard, so if you'll reelect me, then I'll really take care of it. That's the Democrats. That's how the Democrats always play. That's how they roll. Really, seriously. Oh, we know that the budget's all messed up, and we know that we have a whole bunch of illegal aliens, but I tell you, if you'll put us back in there, we'll fix it. Republicans do that, too. Spencer Pratt is not a Republican. Spencer Pratt is not a Democrat. I've been telling you this. Spencer Pratt, he calls himself a pissed-off citizen. I want to fix stuff, and that's what we want. That's what Donald Trump is. What's the analogy I've been giving you? He's the fireman. Your house is on fire. You don't care what stupid letter is behind the name of the dude who drives up in the fire truck now, do you? Do you stand in front of your burning home and say, are you a Republican? Because if you ain't, you can't put the fire out at my house, right? Right. You say, put the fire out, and that's what Donald Trump does. That's what Spencer Pratt is. But that's the number one thing. That's the future. If you want to play in politics, you be that guy. You got a problem, I'm going to fix it. And then be about it like Donald Trump is. Don't just give it lip service, but when you get elected, you actually get in there and start doing stuff like Donald Trump is the strongest president in my lifetime, and I was the biggest Ronald Reagan fan. I still am. Still am. I don't take a backseat to nobody when it comes for Ronald Reagan love, but this guy has got Reagan beat in so many ways. So I'm just telling you, this is what you're going to be looking for in the future. And number two, I have been saying, Republicans, if you want to win the midterms or anything else, then what you need to do is you need to pay attention to who is doing his commercials and how his commercials are. And I'm putting them up on my X account, at Trey Ware Show, at Trey Ware Show, at Trey Ware Show on X. It doesn't cost you anything to follow me, and I ain't selling you nothing. I don't make 1 red cent off of X or anything else that I do social media-wise. That's unfair. That's just wrong. You want to be on my X, you're going to have to buy this and that and the other. Nah. Just go over and check it out. Here's the latest. What you got are 3 guys, and by the way, this is all done with AI, and I defy you to tell me these aren't real human beings. But they're standing in the backyard of one of these guys' homes, and they're burning some meat on the grill. They're probably late 30s, 40 years old, something like that. And they're obviously hesitant to say that they want to vote for, or that they're going to vote for Spencer Pratt. But one of the guys says, I'm not MAGA or anything, but the city has just gone to S. And he says the word, so I can't play that part, but I'll just pick it up with the next guy's response to that. The city's gone to crap.
Oh, yeah. Jessica stepped on a needle at the playground the other day. I'm not MAGA or anything, though.
I'm not MAGA or anything, but have you been downtown lately? Looks like an episode of The Walking Dead. Not that I'm MAGA or anything, though.
Spencer Pratt seems like he has some good ideas. Not that I'm MAGA or anything. He does seem really angry all the time, though.
Well, they did burn his house down.
Also, apparently he's staying at the Bel Air Hotel, not the trailer on his property.
Well, yeah. They burned his house down.
Oh, man.
Okay, we're all adults here.
So good.
How about on 3, we just say who we're voting for? 1, 2, 3.
Spencer Pratt. Yeah. Spencer Pratt.
Spencer Pratt.
And it says on the screen, you're not alone.
Can you imagine if our wives knew?
Okay, now they cut to the interior of the house where their wives are. Right? See what the
We're all
wives...
voting for Spencer Pratt, right?
Wow.
Of course. Obviously. I wish I could vote like yesterday.
Well, there's a lot of people that feel that way out there, and they're doing a phenomenal job with this campaign. Again, if you want to see it, I recommend it to you. It's on my X account, at Trey Ware Show. You can see it there. Check it all out. It's very cool. I'll tell you what else I just put up. I just put up a picture of Barry Hussein. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's Barack Obama. Big Mike's better half. Barry Hussein sitting in the stands in Havana watching baseball with Raul Castro, the guy who was just indicted for killing Americans, blowing them out of the sky while they were in an aeroplane over international waters. Indicted by our Justice Department. Way to go, Todd Blanche. You're kicking butt, dude. Keep it up. You got Blondie beat in just a couple of months. You're beating her. You're doing great. Now just put some cuffs on these boys and lock them up. Throw them behind bars. That'd be a good thing. But when I saw the Barry picture with him, hey, commies hang together. It's kind of like Ben Franklin said, commies, we're either going to hang together or we're going to hang apart, but we're going to hang. So here is the new president of Cuba. He's in the Oval Office. He's dressed in a green army suit, and he's got a long gray beard, kind of like, the other Castro guy.
Queridos amigos de Cuba, this is your Presidento speaking. Actually, I could be your Presidento when you think about it. 51st state. Estado 5-1, baby. You could be part of El America. Mucho bueno ideo, papi.
Yeah.
Dale. Anyway, right now we're finishing up a little side quest in El Irano.
El Irano.
But as soon as we're done there, es la hora de la big, beautiful Cuban fiesta, chicos. We're going to pick up Raul Castro, dress him up like a DJ, put him in jail, and we're going to have the biggest fiesta of all time.
Yeah, baby.
With delicious mojitos, sexy mamacitas,
right on,
and all-you-can-eat tacos and nachos, muchachos. We can
nachos, muchachos.
Get Daddy Yankee to sing that Gasolina song, and we're going to fiesta all night long. Es la hora de make El Cuba great again-o.
Yeah.
Muchas gracias, chicos.
Yeah. Great, that's perfect. I love it. I love it. Okay, so what do you think about that? You got any thoughts? This is a 30-year-old crime. Should we go get him like we did Maduro? Should we Maduro Raul Castro? 210-599-5555. The Democrats are upset, man. They cannot believe. They are just screaming on social media and on MSNO and on CNN. The Democrats have come unglued about this. Why is he doing this? Why go after Castro? Well, because he allegedly killed Americans. And you know, I can almost not say allegedly, but I will. But remember what they did during the Biden years to our people that were down there with that discombobulator that they have, blew their brains up. Remember that? They're still, getting headaches and still walking into walls and stuff like that because they can't see straight. Yeah, that's Raul Castro and what he was doing to our guys, to our people. And that's the way they've treated Americans ever since they came into power. And so, you want to play around. This is what's going to happen in Donald Trump's world. This is a different guy than you've ever seen. He's not going to go play baseball or watch baseball with a commie. That's not who Donald Trumpo is. So thank God for him and what he's doing. But anyway, are you upset like the Democrats are? 210-599-5555. You can let me know right now, and we'll take your calls on the other side. I want to tell you about my friends over at Bathwise. Okay, I've been talking to you for a long time about safe showers and how if you had a safe shower put in your home, it just totally changes your world. It's low step-up entry. It's a non-slip floor. Plenty of room. If you're a big-shouldered guy like I am, big shoulders, big arms, you can actually turn around in the shower. You got room to move, and that's the cool thing. They can build that shower any size, any dimension, however you want it to look, and you won't have to worry, by the way, because there's no grout, so you won't have to worry about the mold and the mildew and cleaning that stuff up all the time. It just washes right off. So it's a really cool thing, but they do entire bathrooms now with New Bath Today. So they can do that non-slip flooring throughout the entire bathroom. They can do grab bars if that's what you want. They can do new cabinetry. They can build vanities, new lighting, new mirrors, the whole nine. They can do it all for you. And right now, mention Trey Ware, and they're going to take $1,500 off your brand new safe shower at New Bath Today. And they got low monthly payments available to you, too. So just invite them out. They'll come out and do a free, no-obligation estimate at your home and tell you what it's going to take to put one of these New Bath Today bathrooms together for you at newbathtoday.com. Rain and thunder this morning. It's moving out of here. Chances drop as the day goes on. High near 80. 71 now, KTSA.
Good morning. Got a couple of new trouble spots. 35 southbound, that off-ramp to 1604. That wreck has the connector ramp blocked. A little bit of stop and go from FM 1518. And on 410 westbound Callahan, this wreck has two right lanes blocked. A little bit of a delay from Fredericksburg Road. A stall at 410 eastbound Somerset off to the shoulder, and another at 281 southbound Thousand Oaks, right shoulder blocked. Do have some flooding in areas, the usual spots, so just be very careful as you head out and about. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
This is the greatest movement in the history of our country.
A movement of news and talk.
And it's just starting.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
In phony TV ads, Mays Middleton says he's mega, but he's got no experience in a courtroom. Just a family trust fund and a new red hat. Mays isn't mega. He's the guy who sponsored a bill allowing mosques to build their own housing developments. Middleton admitted his bill, quotes, empowers mosques to use their land for housing development, paving the way for Sharia cities in Texas. To Islamic radicals, Mays is Mecca, not MAGA. The real Trump conservative?
Chip Roy running for office?
I'm Chip Roy, and I'll always shoot you straight. My opponent's trying to fool you.
using his trust fund to bankroll lies. It's a bunch of bull.
You're doing a good job, Chip.
Yeah, I drive a hard bargain.
He's not easy, but he's good.
Because I do what's right for Texas. The Austin Swamp wants a puppet. But with illegals, criminals, and Sharia law on our doorstep, Texas needs a fighter for Attorney General. I'm Chip Roy, and I approve this message.
Political advertising paid for by Texans for Chip Roy.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Got a clogged drain? At A&A Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they'll clear your main sewer drain for just $93 or it's free. Don't wait for a bigger mess. Call your local experts now. Visit aaplumbingsa.com and book your service today. Must have approved cleanout. License number M3749.
What happens next in the world of news happens here. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Why don't you just whip it now? 1980. One of those MTV songs. Wearing those collapsible cups on their head, throwing whips around. Devo. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget 728 more Gunslinger tickets. Getting ready for the big game coming up this Saturday. It's Military Appreciation Day over there, and I'm going to be speaking for our members of our military. They come riding in on motorcycles. Guys are rappelling from the roof. It's like a war zone in there. It's so cool. And the football is outstanding, just watching those guys play. And you can get right up against the field. It's just awesome. It's an awesome experience. So I want to give you those tickets. I'll give you a fistful coming up at 28 past, and hopefully you pick them up and go. One of the other things that I'm going to be doing here at the end of the month, next Sunday, is we're going to have a memorial for my great friend, my lifetime, Augie Myers, and we're going to do it over at the Pearl Stables. And I'm going to be. I talked to Robin Vaughn yesterday, Jimmy's wife, and we're going to talk to Jimmy. And because Jimmy's going to come. He's going to come play, and Joe King Carrasco's going to come play, and there's a whole bunch of others that are going to come play. And I'll be the MC for that, too. That's at the Pearl Stables. If you want to go to my Facebook page, I got all the details on my Facebook page. You can check it out right there and get your tickets and come join us on the 31st. That's the 31st at 6 p.m. at the Pearl Stables. Can't wait to get out to that one as well. So, the president was asked about the anti-weaponization fund. Are you up to speed on this? He was suing the IRS because the IRS, somebody inside the IRS, released his tax returns. It's illegal as hell. You cannot do that. And somebody did it. If you remember when Rachel Madcow was losing her mind over it? Remember all that stuff? She was going crazy. She was like, "Oh, I got his tax returns. And oh boy, there's nothing here. He pays taxes. In fact, he pays a lot of tax. He pays billions of dollars in taxes. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, next." You know what that reminded me of? This is so old. The reference is so old, but it's like when Geraldo broke into the vault, and there was nothing in there. That's what happened to Madcow. So it's illegal to leak somebody's tax returns. You're not allowed to do that. It's a violation. And they did it. So he was suing the IRS for leaking his tax returns. And so the Democrats lost their minds because Donald Trump, again, could fix everything in the world like he's doing, and the Democrats are going to lose their minds over it, Trump derangement syndrome. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal. I will drop my $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS if you will create a $1 billion fund to compensate all the people that Joe Biden's administration screwed for the past 4 years. which we know they did. They brought false charges against people. They arrested people falsely. They harassed people. Remember when people would just pray in the streets, they would go pick them up and they would take them down and lock them up in jail? Oh, yeah, that was happening in America. People wrongly accused of crimes, people tailed by the FBI. All this was going on, and Trump said, I tell you what, keep your $10 billion, just give me $1 billion of it. I'm going to create a fund to pay these people because, why? Because to fight the Joe Biden administration, which of course was Barry Hussein, to fight them, you had to hire attorneys. You paid an attorney lately? So the people they were bankrupted. So Donald Trump is saying, give me $1 billion of that, and I'm going to help these people that you guys screwed for 4 years. You can't do that. Why are you doing? You're way out of line. So he was asked about that yesterday.
What happened is I was suing IRS for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons is they released my tax returns, which you're not allowed to do. Now, they showed I pay a lot of tax. I may even release my current returns because they show I pay a lot of money. But they're not supposed to do that. They were in lockboxes as president. And they released them. And a certain firm released them, which was, I guess, a private firm. But it released them to a lot of the fake news. And the fake news went, and you're just not allowed to do that. And many other things happened. So I released them from the lawsuit, and I guess they made a settlement of some kind. I wasn't involved in the settlement. I could have been involved, but I didn't choose to be. So they made a settlement. Also, the anti-weaponization of people. I mean, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. They committed suicide. You know, all the Biden administration and the Obama administration, both of them. I mean, the Obama administration started it. The Biden administration was horrible in terms of what they've done to people is incredible. And we're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs and for anybody involved. But they destroyed people. People committing I read the other day, a person committed suicide over it. Yeah. They went, you know, it was the most violent thing I've ever seen in politics, what they did.
Yes.
And yet if I say, oh, let's look at this one or that one, they say weaponization. What they did in terms of weaponization will never be allowed to happen in this country again.
That's right.
So we think that we think that anybody involved in that process should partake. And you're talking about peanuts compared to the value. It destroyed the lives of many, many people.
And how much money is he getting out of that? Exactly zero. Exactly zero. That man right there, doing what he is doing, only costs him money at every turn. Remember, he's donating his salary back. He's the only president in the history of this country to donate his salary back. And what are they doing with it? Well, let's see. They put in a new walkway outside the Oval Office. They've built that area over the Rose Garden so people don't have to sit in crap when they come there. He's doing all kinds of improvement to the lawn up there. He's even going to put in a heliport so the helicopter doesn't land on the grass like it does now. And this is all coming out of his hide, his pocket. And now he smartly says, I'm going to sue the IRS for $10 billion for what they did releasing my tax returns because it's illegal. All of them ought to be in jail. And instead of that, he settles and he says, you know what? I'll tell you what. Just give me $1 billion and I'm going to give it to these guys. He doesn't take a penny. And that's why when I say he's the strongest president in my lifetime, but possibly, I mean, he's up there with the greatest. He's up there with the Washingtons and the Jeffersons and those guys like that. Sorry to trigger you lefties again, but he really is. He's doing some amazing things for this country and the world indeed. 210-599-5555. Call Elaine right now. She has a fistful of tickets to see the Gunslingers this Saturday at the Joe and Harry Freeman Coliseum Military Appreciation Day. Wear your red, white, and blue, please. That's this Saturday. Got a fistful of tickets for you. Just call Elaine right now, 210-599-5555. When you're ready to get serious about a full-mouth dental implant program, or maybe even it's just one or two that you need, then you're ready for River City Oral Surgery, rivercityoms.com, rivercityoms.com. They got it all for you. You got 3 specialists to handle all 3 phases of the dental implants, not just some guy that went to a weekend course. These are guys that are specialists in every single field, every single phase, every single part of getting your dental implants. Whether it's one or two, whether it's an entire mouth, they can do it. What they won't give you is games or gimmicks. They don't have a finance department. It's not like going to a car dealership right here at River City Oral Surgery. Some of the other places it is. You end up in a finance department to keep add-ons and add-ons and add-ons and add-ons. They don't do that there. They don't have anybody. They don't have any salespeople that are going to do that to you. So what you see online is what you're going to pay. You can go online right now and see what it's going to cost you. So if you're getting serious now about dental implants, only one place in Texas. It's River City Oral Surgery, rivercityoms.com.
Car wreck? What happens next? Thomas J. Henry knows you deserve to get compensated for your injuries. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. The name you know, the firm you trust. Principal Office, San Antonio.
I get to talk to you about Southwest Metal Roofing Systems, and again, a company I know, I trust. They're the ones I had put on my roof probably 25 years back. Still absolutely beautiful, never had one single problem with it. Called them back and said, hey, would you consider putting a roof on my barn? So this past year, several thousand square feet of roof on my barn. They do all kinds of homes, businesses, outbuildings, and the material they use is true lifetime quality. It's a Galvalume type material, and it simply doesn't rust out or go bad. My roof looks as good as the day they installed it. It truly is a lifetime roof. They give you the best guarantee in the industry. Most insurance companies will give you a discount on your homeowner's insurance. I just love Southwest Metal Roofing Systems. They do the job. They're prompt. They clean up after themselves, and you will truly get the best roof in the industry. Give them a call, 210-822-6868. It's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
Hey, it's Sean. What is Texacare? Texacare is healthcare coverage built by Texans for Texans. Texacare was created by seasoned healthcare professionals right here in Texas, and they're a new health plan provider specifically focused on local small businesses. So if that's you, talk to my friends at Texacare. They have great plans that offer great benefits, like 4 no copay visits per member per year for your providers, such as urgent care specialists like cardiologists and dermatologists, mental health professionals, physical therapy, and chiropractic. Also, no copay unlimited virtual care visits with licensed doctors 24/7, no appointment, and no waiting in an office. Who doesn't love this stuff? Texacare plans also cater to individuals with chronic conditions for 4 no copay visits a year for your primary care, so your physician can help manage conditions like diabetes or hypertension. So talk to my friends at Texacare. Take care, Texas, again, by getting your healthcare coverage for your small business through Texacare by going to this website, texacare.com. That's Texacare.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
A suspect is on the run after an overnight shooting at a bar on the north side. We'll bring you the latest there. Memorial Day weekend upon us, and with that, millions of Texans will hit the highways. Where the gas prices are sitting today, we'll take a look. And Governor Abbott confident San Antonio will land the Toyota expansion project. Those stories, along with your AccuWeather forecast, coming up at the top of the hour.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots. This report sponsored by True Green. A new accident south side, 35 southbound, that on-ramp from Loop 410. We've got a wreck, the on-ramp blocked. 35 southbound, the off-ramp to 1604, connector ramp blocked with an accident. On Loop 410 westbound Callahan, this wreck has 2 right lanes blocked and flooding in areas, so just be very careful as you head out and about. True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com and get your first application for $9.99 $195. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Let the pros do the work so you can enjoy your weekend. Hurry. Offer ends 5/21. Restrictions apply. See site for details. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time Saver Traffic.
Your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast. A few more rounds of light shower activity this morning, burning off into partly cloudy skies, maybe to peaks of sun this afternoon, a high of 84 degrees. 30% chance of rain comes back tonight into overnight, a low of 70. For Friday, starting off with partly cloudy skies, but more storms in the forecast Friday night into the weekend. Looking at radar, Bexar County, cloudy, but more shower activity to the west. It is 71 at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 1071.
Okay, 7:34, KTSA. Elaine, who got the tickets for the Gunslingers game coming up?
We got Philip, George, Carlos, Lacey, and Laura.
All right, good. Got a fistful of tickets each, and I got some more to give away. I think Randy Carroll's going to join us next hour, I believe. We'll talk a little bit about it, hopefully so. Anyway, one of the pleasures I'm getting out of life now, especially now that we're doing these videos on the KTSA Facebook page, they're little short videos of our opinions of what's going on in the news, okay? And we'll put these things up at any time. I do a lot on the weekends and stuff. Whenever, and they all do. Everybody does it. We got a harebrained idea. Go, hey, I'm going to cut a video about that. So I love triggering the lefties who are, they're subjecting themselves. That's the only thing I can say.
Are you stealing my thunder? Are you picking fights with the liberals?
I'm not on purpose, Jimmy. I'm just saying what I feel. I'm saying what my thoughts are. But it's so funny to watch their responses.
Isn't it fun?
Oh, man, they're all about murder because they want to kill, everybody. They want everybody to die. They're all about, you're a blank tard, starts with an F, ends with a K. You're a blank tard.
They are very graphic.
Wow. And some of them, well, just so everybody understands, some of them are bots, okay? Yeah. They're computer bots that are doing it. But others I happen to know because they used to work here. Yeah. And so I personally know these guys.
Those names too.
Yeah. And so one of them said, because the one I put up this morning, okay, what I said was Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, she's the one who said this, and it's on my X account if you want to see it. She's the one who said that she's going to block ICE from going to the polling places. And my thing was, the only question I asked, if it's not a problem because Democrats always say illegal aliens don't go to the polling places, well, then why do you have trouble with ICE being at the polling place? If there's no illegal aliens at the polling place like Democrats say, if that's a fact, then you shouldn't have trouble with ICE being there. And I mean being visible. As Jimmy said, put on an ICE T-shirt. Right, Jimmy? Good. Put on an ICE T-shirt.
I don't think that'll be allowed.
Well, you just don't put the periods in between each letter.
They know what ICE means.
No, well, there is no I'm doing it just to do it to see what happens because there's no polling laws against wearing a T-shirt with the letter ICE.
I just don't want to get distracted from where we are on this. But you guys can. We'll go through that a little bit later on. So now what's happening is they're like, no, she's not going to do that. And I'm like, yeah, she's the one who said it. You can watch her and listen to her on my X account. She's saying I'm going to do this. So if it's an issue, if it's not an issue, if there's no illegals voting, then why do you have trouble with ICE being there? That's the first one. Second one was we have this guy who's on KSAT, these immigration attorneys or something, and he's like, well, my people that are here, they are so worried about going to the grocery store that ICE may pick them up. And their children, they're worried for their children to go to school because ICE may pick them up at school. And they're worried about the people who are burning up in boxcars. And again, on the video, I say, well, if you came here illegally, if you followed our laws, you ain't got no worries if you go to the grocery store, if your kiddos go to school, and you certainly don't. Hey, listen, don't swim any rivers and don't get in any train cars to try to get here. Come here legally, do it the right way, and you ain't got no problems. That's what I said. Oh, you just... And they're screaming, blank you, and your mama too. And this is why they're upset. I'm gonna show the entire world why they're upset. You ready? This is their favorite president.
We expect these additional 200 million doses to be delivered this summer. And some of it will begin to come in early summer, but by the midsummer that this vaccine will be there. And the order and that increases the total vaccine order in the United States by 50%, from 400 million order to 600 million. This is enough vaccine to fully vaccinate 300 Americans.
Yeah, that was their guy. That was Joe Biden, and he's the greatest president of all time as far as those guys are concerned. And that's why they're upset, is because Donald Trump is lowering the cost of prescriptions. 600 new drugs added to Trump RX this week, and Americans have already saved $400 billion on their drug cost already since he started Trump RX just a few months ago. He's cleaning up the Western Hemisphere. Look at what he's done so far. He has brought down the price of fuel. Now, it's up right now because we're taking care of Irano. But when Irano is done and we're out of there, you're going to have your gas prices go down again. And, yes, you won't have to worry about Iran dropping a nuclear bomb right here in San Antonio, Texas. Yes, we were on the map, by the way, because we have so many military installations here that we're going to drop a nuke in San Antonio. So all this stuff that he's doing, that's what's got him so butthurt, is that their guy doesn't even know what time it is. He didn't even know what day of the week it is. He didn't even know where he is. Their guy is Joe Biden, who was nothing more than a puppet for Barack Hussein. And it's all being exposed. Their game is being exposed. The fact that their people have been ripping off the United States of America, you and me, the taxpayers, running the biggest theft ring the world has ever known. I'm talking about the Democrats, by ripping off all of us through these NGOs and all these groups. In fact, we found out yesterday that this woman who was running this daycare in Minnesota that Nick Shirley walked up to, we played the sound for you, this Fajima Mohamud. They got her on wire fraud, allegedly. Conspiracy, stealing $4.5 million, allegedly. She wasn't running no damn daycare. She does not. And that's what they're butthurt about. You see, all these politicians, when they get to Washington, D.C., and they're in debt, and the next thing you know, all these politicians have got $35 million in the bank. How does that happen? Because they give the money to these NGOs and these other organizations, and then those other organizations turn around and feed it right back to them. And Republicans are guilty too, just not as many of them. And Donald Trump is cleaning all of that up. He's taking care of all that. Okay, I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more. And this is Trump derangement syndrome. He's lowering the cost of prescription drugs. Mark Cuban joined him on Trump RX with 600 new drugs and more on the way. So the girls on The View, they can't stand it. They are pissed off that he's lowering the cost of drugs. The big fat one with red hair, what's her name?
Joy.
Joy.
She's so joyous. Joy says, if it's Donald Trump, pay more. I don't want you to take the discount.
Well, yeah, she's
and the girl
a
down at the end, well, of course, the girl down at the end, the Farrah girl, is going, no, I had to take multiple drugs for my IV, whatever it is that she did in vitro.
IVF?
Yeah, I had to take multiple medications to do that, and man, I couldn't afford most of them. So thanks to Trump RX, I can afford to do this now. And Joy says, well, you should pay the higher price because it's Donald Trump. So
he was with Mark Cuban? Is that what you said?
Yes, I played it yesterday.
Mark Cuban's not a fan of Donald Trump.
I played it. It might have been Monday while you were out.
Oh, okay.
I played Mark Cuban, and he was saying, Donald Trump and I don't agree on politics, but on this, we agree. So somebody got the video of Joy saying what she said, and here is Dr. Oz. Again, it's on my X account if you want to see it. Here's Dr. Oz watching it and then talking about TDS.
I like Mark Cuban. I've always liked him, but this is a mistake. And
Dr. Oz is just shaking his head watching this.
Once Trump puts his name on prescriptions, we're all going to die, okay?
Wow.
Well, you redheaded dumbass. First, I'm sorry for my mouth, but these people, I'm sick of it. Listen. His name is not on the prescriptions. Not anywhere. Not anywhere is his name on the prescription. That's not how this works. It still says whatever the drug is. You're not taking Trump Excedrin. Whatever.
Oh, Trumpic.
Right. You're not. Here's Dr. Oz's response.
Unfortunately, we still have no medications for Trump derangement syndrome on TrumpRx.gov. But we're working on it.
Oh, good. All right. Anyway, they can't stand it. I guarantee you, if Barry Hussein was doing it, they'd love it. All those guys on the Facebook page that, look at what he's doing. He's lowering the price for everybody. He's the greatest thing. And if Barry was taking care of Iran right now so that Iran didn't kill any more Americans, they would be loving it. Oh, this is the greatest thing we've ever seen. Blah, blah, freaking blah. They're sick. They are sick in the head. And Donald Trump broke them. Donald Trump broke their brain is what happened. Their brains are broke, and Donald Trump did it to them. And I'm glad he did.
You know, I know some liberals that can't, actually, they're maybe independent, but they can't stand the person, Donald Trump. But the business and the way he takes care of the country, they can't deny Donald Trump.
But let me ask you this. Have they ever met him?
No, but Trey, people can have their opinions. I'm just saying they like
I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that everybody on the left, from Bill Maher to John Fetterman and everybody else who has ever met him, says what the media shows me about him, the man. You're talking about the man versus his policies.
Is to trigger you.
But he's right, because he's not what the media shows you. He is congealed, he's nice, he's sweet, he's attentive, he listens to. Go back and listen to what Bill Maher said about him after he met him. Bill said, I was blown away that he was as sweet as he was.
He's nice until he calls you stupid to your face, and some people don't like that.
Well, that's okay.
All.
Some people, as you well know, need to be called stupid to their face.
Some people need to recognize the stupidity.
All right. It's okay to call somebody that to their face if they're acting stupid.
Dummy.
You big dummy.
That's one of my favorite shows, man. I love Red Fox. That was so good. Let me tell you about our friends over at Amity Bank. Speaking of loving somebody, I love David McGee. He's the president of Amity Bank, and I love all the people that I've ever dealt with at Amity Bank, and that's been a relationship that's been going on for over 15 years, taking care of us, taking care of Nancy and me. And I don't worry about it. I really don't worry about my money, because it's there, and I know he's treating it right. I know every banker that's involved at Amity is treating it right. I know everybody who knows about our accounts are treating it right, because they have a long track record, a very long history of doing that for families. And my family's money is safe, and that's obviously one of the most important things. I want their health to be safe, and then I want our money to be taken care of, because at some point I'm not going to be doing 5 days a week on the radio, and I'm going to have some money. And Amity is certainly there, and they help you with business, too. If you're thinking about a small business, they're the go-to bank for SBA small business loans in the entire state of Texas. Trust, honesty, and incredible customer service. That's what it's about. And I'm living testimony to that when you're talking about Amity Bank. More than 80 branch locations around, so come on in, have a free cup of coffee, talk about your money and your family. Or do it all online if you prefer to do that, AmityBank.com. Simply the best in banking. Amity NA, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Rain and thunder this morning. Chances drop as the day goes on. High near 80, 71 KTSA.
Good morning. Got a new trouble spot on the southwest side. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. On 410 southbound, Ray Ellison getting reports of an accident. Looks like they did move most of that wreckage off to the shoulder. Still a little bit of stop and go from Freeport. On 35 southbound, that on-ramp from Loop 410, still working that accident. Has you slow from Benton City Road. On 35 southbound, the off-ramp to 1604. This wreck has the connector ramp blocked. And 410 westbound approaching Callahan, 2 right lanes blocked with an accident. 10-minute delay has you slow from Vance Jackson. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Operation Appreciation, benefiting Soldiers Angels, starts Memorial Day weekend. Presented by Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat and AC, and in part by Window World, the Institute for Functional Health, Big State Financial, here in Texas, and Connecticut.
After 56 years in San Antonio, Ben Adams Jewelers is closing its doors forever. Our entire inventory must go. Diamonds, gold, and colored gemstones are currently up to 70% off. Plus, take up to an extra 20% off. We are clearing the vaults, and prices will never be this low again. Don't wait until the cases are empty. Hurry into Ben Adams Jewelers before our massive going out of business sale ends for good.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Get familiar with an easy way to Europe via nonstop flights to Toronto. Connect to Spain, Germany, and more with Air Canada and SAT. See fares and book today at aircanada.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Find a way to get away at the Crestview RV Open House going on this weekend. Check out the latest in motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels with factory reps on hand to answer all your questions. For the location near you, visit CrestviewRV.com.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks. It's about comfort, safety, and function, too. Trey Ware here with Safe Showers and Bathwise. They have now joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more. They're the same trusted people, same great service, and now a whole lot more for you and your new bathroom remodel. New Bath Today still offers beautiful new showers, tub-to-shower conversions, walk-in tubs, and safety upgrades, but now they've expanded to include more complete bathroom remodeling, including toilets, flooring, vanities, and more. So whether you want a safer shower or a total bathroom refresh, I recommend you get in touch with New Bath Today. They can help you create a bathroom that looks better, feels better, and works better for your life. You get quality products, expert installation, and a smoother experience from start to finish. And right now, get $1,500 off your new shower plus low monthly payments. Get your free quote today at newbathtoday.com. New Bath Today, the same trusted team now with more for your bathroom. newbathtoday.com.
Thomas J. Henry Law fights even when the insurance company says your claim is worth nothing. Thomas J. Henry doesn't back down. That's how we put over $1 billion in our clients' pockets in just the last 4 years. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. Principal Office, San Antonio.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here we go. 7:51, Trey Ware, KTSA, 210-599-5555. This is kind of a weird story. Don't have an answer yet. New Mexico, you got 3 dead and 20 hospitalized, 2 of them in serious condition. Exposure to an unknown substance. They were responding to an OD call and at a house. Now, there's 2 things that come to mind. One would be, of course, fentanyl, right? If somebody was having it, but that wouldn't be an unknown substance. They would first responders would know if it was fentanyl. The other one is when they're cooking. What is it? Meth?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's deadly as all get out. I understand the chemicals that they use.
Could have been some CO2 maybe or something.
I don't know.
A gas emission.
But again, unknown substance. They would know that, right? I mean, the first responders, they know when they're going into a house that's cooking that stuff because they see the barrels of it.
What part of New Mexico?
I don't know.
Was it by the earthquake? Is it the aliens? Area 51? Is this stuff going down?
I don't know, but it's a pretty serious story because you got 3 folk dead and 20 in the hospital, and they don't know. 2 of them are in very serious condition.
Were they all in the same structure?
Apparently so. It was like a house.
Then that sounds like a lab.
Well, but see,
23 people in one structure?
No, that's the first thing I thought was a meth lab or fentanyl, but they know that. These first responders know.
I get that, but I'm still, why would 23 people be in a structure? It would say a business or something like that. They're just saying.
I think it was a home.
Okay.
It was like a house that they went to.
There's a lot of little podunk towns like in Arizona, like New Mexico.
Yeah, they're cooking stuff in there, right?
Cooking stuff up.
But again, listen to me. These guys that show up, these first responders, they know when they're going into a meth lab. If you've ever seen that,
we're not saying that. I'm just saying it's very odd for 23 people to be in a home at one time.
Yes. 23 first responders going to see one guy that OD'd.
And wait, the first responders are the ones who?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said there was 23 people, 3 died, and 20. Okay.
First responders.
Yeah, I misheard everything. I was like, why are 23 people in one structure?
First responders. That's what I'm saying.
Because they're responding. Yes.
Yeah, and they go in there and
So there were 3 people that were seriously hurt. No one died.
Okay, I'm gonna do this again.
Yeah, Lane. He's got it. All right, take 2.
You got that Roosevelt math going on here.
I was very clear. I was extremely
Maybe you
clear.
didn't use punctuation and that confused me.
Here we go. New Mexico. Are we clear on that part?
Dateline, New Mexico.
United States. United States.
Yes. Yes. It's right over there.
Yes.
8 hours that way.
To the west.
Yes. 3 people dead.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Follow me so far?
Yep.
Period.
20 in the hospital.
And who are the 20?
Okay.
But first responders.
Okay.
They should say 20 first responders in the hospital.
Yeah, this report is suspect.
20 first responders in the hospital.
That's what it says?
Yes. Lord help me, please. Y'all help me. Y'all help me, please. Somebody out there, come in and do this.
Question, teacher.
All right. 3 first responders dead. This is serious.
Wow.
3 first responders dead. 2 of those 20 in the hospital are in serious condition. Okay. They went to a home for an OD, a reported OD. Exposure to unknown substance. Here's my point. If you've got 23 first responders, they would know if it's a meth lab.
Yes.
They would know if it's fentanyl.
Right.
So nobody knows what the unknown substance was. So that's the hitch in the get along, is what was the unknown substance that took out 23 of them, 3 of them dead, 20 in the horse pistol.
Possibly whatever the guy OD'd on.
Oh, and right, but they don't know. That's the unknown substance. And they are quarantined in the hospital.
Okay, so there's 2 hitches in this. 20 first responders to respond to one dude that OD'd?
See?
That's suspicious. That's weird.
The only thing I
it's
can
just
figure,
weird.
the only thing I figure is when the first few went in there,
When the first 3 went in there,
They-
then they had
to send more. Exactly.
Yes.
And then they had to send more. And they kept sending them in there. And every time they went in there, they came in contact with whatever the unknown substance is. But the point to the story is, if it were a meth lab or if it were fentanyl, these guys are trained to know that.
Yeah.
They go in and they see the blue barrels of these guys cooking meth, and they know, hey, meth lab, get out of
And
here.
then with fentanyl, they have their Narcan, right?
Well, yeah, of course. So it's something that nobody knows what the heck it is.
It's alien.
And and at the hospital, they don't know what it is. That's why they have them quarantined at the hospital. Otherwise, they wouldn't have, if they knew what it was, if it was fentanyl or meth, they wouldn't have them quarantined. Right? They'd just be taking care of them. But they're quarantining them in the hospital because even the hospital doesn't know what it was.
It's not Ebola.
We understand.
No, it's not Ebola.
It's not the hantavirus.
It's not Hanta.
Santa.
Right.
Just when they open up
however you want to say it.
When they open up the dead guy that OD'd, they'll
Correct.
figure it out.
They're going to do toxicology, but that takes like 6 months to get that back.
They're going to find an alien inside them, like in Men in Black, when they open them up.
Something really weird in New Mexico is going on. So there you go. I'm glad we finally got that. That was supposed to be less than a minute long, but that took 7.5 minutes to
Because you
do.
were doing Roosevelt math.
No, I wasn't. I was telling you the story.
That was grammar and punctuation.
Okay, it's my fault.
Well, we both got confused on the same thing. So either we're the problem as the students, or the syllabus is all screwed up.
Yes.
Well, if it's our people, I understand why there were 23 people. in
Okay,
one
that's
house.
enough. We're done with it. We're done with it. That story's over. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. This is what I do with
Don't
stories
throw
I'm
it
done
in
with.
here.
It goes over there.
Oh, there it is.
Goes right to it. When I'm done with the story, I crumple it up and I throw it at Elaine. So you got it, baby.
Hostile work environment.
I want you to call Elaine right now and get a fistful of tickets to see the San Antonio Gunslingers this Saturday. I'm going to be speaking before the Gunslinger game. That's this coming Saturday. Call Elaine right now. She'll give you a fistful of tickets. It's a military appreciation weekend, a military appreciation game at the Freeman Coliseum this Saturday at 4 p.m., and I look forward to seeing you there. So here's your tickets right now. Call Elaine right now, and she'll give them to you at 210-599-5555.
In a world
where technology fails us daily.
Neil, what are you doing?
I'm doing a dramatic movie trailer voice. Because let's face it, what we do at Bjorn's is epic.
Okay, he's not wrong. We've designed home theaters so immersive, they've made grown men cry.
Sound system's so good, the neighbors started dancing without an invite.
And smart homes so intuitive, it's like they read your mind, or at least your schedule.
Whether it's lighting that welcomes you home or one-button movie nights, we make it effortless.
This isn't just technology, it's life-changing comfort and entertainment that actually works.
And looks incredible doing it.
Stop imagining the dream setup and start living it.
Come to our showroom on 281, one walkthrough, and you'll be hooked.
And we'll help you design your own personalized wow factor experience.
Because if it's technology,
it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA. It is 8 o'clock at KTSA, San Antonio. I'm John Cruz. No severe weather, but some locally heavy rain earlier this morning, and there's more on the way. Your full AccuWeather forecast is just ahead. Heading into the long weekend, today expected to be the busiest travel day, according to the AAA. Drivers could feel the summertime blues at the pump in San Antonio. The average price, $4.12 a gallon, but fuel experts predict record high gas prices this summer.
The Summer Travel Survey from Gas Buddy predicts an average price of $4.80 per gallon from Memorial Day through Labor Day. The fuel pricing app says the price of gas could reach all-time highs if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for much of the summer. Despite the cost, the survey shows 56% of Americans still plan to drive at least 2 hours this summer to reach their destination. That's down from 69% last summer.
Correspondent Rory O'Neill related to travel this morning. A runway at LaGuardia Airport expected to reopen after a sinkhole led to its closure on Wednesday. Port Authority officials say that sinkhole causing hundreds of delays and canceled flights. The disruptions right ahead of the holiday weekend with high travel volume. The San Antonio Spurs arriving back home overnight after dropping one game to OKC last night in Game 2, 122-113 of the Western Conference Finals. Game 3 Friday back here at the Frost. We've got more coming up in our sports. Police looking for a suspect who shot two men at a bar early this morning. This began at La Carreta Bar in San Pedro near Hildebrand after a security guard kicked the man out after a fight. Well, that's when the man pulled a gun, shot back, hitting one in the leg, another man in the ankle. Those two taken to the hospital, expected to be okay. Police still looking for that suspect. A Westside Middle School principal out on bond after his arrest early Wednesday for DWI. Kevin Van Laham was reportedly driving the wrong way on West Loop 1604 when Converse police pulled him over around 2 a.m. Officers arrested Van Laham after he failed a breathalyzer test. Now, Van Laham has been the principal of EM Peace Middle School in Northside since last summer. Just in time for this morning's rain, an updated flood warning system now in place in Bexar County.
County officials revealed the next-gen flood warning system, which has been installed in existing flood gauges on county roads earlier this week. The $21 million system sends current data to the Bear Flood website and to driving apps like Waze and Google Maps. The county decided to install those updates after last year's devastating floods. Stacey Keene, KTSA News.
Governor Abbott is confident Toyota will build the $2 billion assembly plant here in San Antonio.
It's going to lead to a tremendous number of new high-paying jobs, but also expanding the footprint and opening the door of opportunity for so many other companies to be able to come here.
Now, the car maker filed paperwork in the state, but it's far from a done deal. They're asking for close to $37 million in grants or loans to build one near their existing plants, including San Antonio. There are also production lines in Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, and Indiana. KTSA News Time 7:03, checking sports with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs went down to the OKC Thunder last night, 122-113. Series now tied 1-1. It was a great game if you like wrestling. SGA went 39-2. Wemby went with 21-17-6-4 and survived several muggings. The Spurs did have 21 turnovers that turned into 27 Thunder points. Game 3 will be back in the Frost tomorrow night at 7:30. Speaking of the Spurs, it was officially announced they're going to play in Paris and Manchester next January, taking on the Pelicans. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
We've got your KTSA time saver traffic and AccuWeather forecast next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
President Trump needs conservative fighter Carlos de la Cruz in Congress. That's why President Trump gave Carlos de la Cruz his complete and total endorsement. 20-year Air Force veteran, businessman, outsider. Carlos de la Cruz is a Trump conservative who will always fight for Texas, and he needs your vote on May 26th. Vote May 26th for Carlos de la Cruz, the only candidate backed by the National Border Patrol Council. And Carlos de la Cruz is the only candidate backed by President Trump and his MAGA warriors in Congress. They support Carlos de la Cruz because they know he will always stand with President Trump. On May 26th, vote Carlos de la Cruz for Congress.
I'm Carlos de la Cruz, and I approve this message. I'll always stand with Texas and President Trump.
Paid for by Carlos de la Cruz for Congress.
Texacare loves San Antonio's small business. We love the auto shops and law firms, restaurants and landscapers. We want them, and the people in them, to thrive. That's why Texacare offers health benefit plans that cover 4 visits per member per year with no copay to services like primary and urgent care. Plus unlimited virtual care 24/7. Texacare is health care made by Texans for Texans. Find an agent at Texacare.com. Take care, Texas.
Hi, this is Taylor with Patriot Dryer Vent Cleaning. If your dryer is taking more than one cycle, that's a warning sign your vent may be clogged. Don't wait, this can be a serious fire hazard. Schedule your cleaning today at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Good morning. We've had a busy morning rush hour with slick streets, so it continues 35 southbound, the off-ramp to 1604. This wreck has a connector ramp blocked, so almost a 10-minute delay. This has you stop and go from FM 3009. This is the accident where an officer crashed his motorcycle on slick roads. 410 westbound approaching Callahan, 2 right lanes blocked with a wreck. On Loop 410 westbound approaching Callahan, this wreck has 2 right lanes blocked. Did clear the wreck at 410 southbound, that off-ramp to Ray Ellison. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast. A few more rounds of light shower activity this morning, burning off into partly cloudy skies, maybe some peaks of sun this afternoon, a high of 84 degrees. 30% chance of rain comes back tonight into overnight, a low of 70. For Friday, starting off with partly cloudy skies, but more storms in the forecast Friday night into the weekend. Currently clouds and 71 at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 107.1.
Sean is cruising this week. He is on vacation. I hope he's not in Cuba because he's got a new president.
Queridos amigos de Cuba, this is your Presidento speaking. Actually, I could be your Presidento when you think about it. 51st state.
This is so good. He's dressed at the Resolute desk in the Army green, the Fidel Castro look with the beard and all.
Estado 5-1, baby. You could be part of El America.
Yeah.
Mucho bueno ideo, papi. Dale. Anyway, right now we're finishing up a little side quest in El Irano.
El Irano.
But as soon as we're done there, es la hora de la big, beautiful Cuban fiesta, chicos. We're going to pick up Raul Castro, dress him up like a DJ, put him in jail, and we're going to have the biggest fiesta of all time.
I love it, yes.
With delicious mojitos, sexy mamacitas, and all-you-can-eat tacos and nachos, muchachos. We can get Daddy Yankee to sing that Gasolina song, and we're going to fiesta all night long.
Yeah, baby.
Es la hora de make El Cuba great again.
Right on.
Muchas gracias, chicos.
Oh, Oh, man. Okay, so what he did was they indicted Raul Castro for murder, basically, killing these guys 30-some-odd years ago. And everybody's asking, are you going to go pick him up? Here's the president commenting on it yesterday.
We have a lot of people there. We have the CIA there. We have Marco is there. Marco's parents, as you know, were from Cuba. So we have a lot of expertise in Cuba. And it's not going to be like the biggest thing we've ever done, but I will tell you, to a lot of people, it's going to be one of the most important. They've been looking for this moment for 65 years.
65 years that people have been looking for this moment. Like this man in Little Havana down in Miami, he was asked what this means to him. Now, he's in the community. There's so many Cubanos around him.
It means some justice for the Cuban people. For 67 years, I'm sorry, we have been ignored.
He's crying.
By everybody. The United Nations, the Organization of American States, the European Union, everybody. So we hope this is the beginning of the downfall of the Castro regime.
Okay, Papa, you can cry because it's all right. This is the end is in sight.
I'm sorry, little emotional. And we're ready to go back and help in the reconstruction of our country.
We had a guy, in the early 80s, just a real quick background. In the early 80s, we had guys that moved in here from Miami, and they were on KTSA, and they were tremendous. They were really good on the air. Kid Curry was here. And I was working here at the time. Kid Curry was here, Funky Frank Walsh, and Leo Vela. Called him Uncle Leo. He and I were extremely close. He's passed away since then. But and they were all very famous in Miami. Very famous. They knew Casey and the Sunshine Band. They were friends with those guys, Terry DeSario, Miami Sound Machine with Gloria Estefan. They were all friends. They all hung out together. And they would tell me, and I was just a little kid. I was 18, 19 years old working here at the time, and they would tell me the stories about Little Havana and what it's like and the love that the people in that community, the Cuban community, have for their country. And if it weren't for the Castro regime, they would have been there. But when what happened in '59 with Batista, they had to come here. They had to come to America to escape the persecution. And so the ones that have been alive that long, like this man here, relief is coming. They see the end in sight, and they just know what this means. It's a big deal.
With work, with money, with investment, and with love.
With love.
That has been lacking in Cuba for the last 6 decades.
Oscar, thank you so much for sharing your perspective. I know you're getting emotional because this is a huge day for the Cuban community.
It is.
You and yourself, multi-generations. What are you hoping happens next?
Well, this should be the beginning of the downfall. This should be the beginning of a liberation of Cuba with the help of the United States. See, I can no longer fight, but the U.S. is being a second home to us, truth be told.
Imagine if somebody took over through a violent coup this country. Imagine if communists took over and they took everything that you had, literally. They took your property, they took your money, they took your family in many cases, killed your family in many cases. And the only thing you could do was get in a boat and head north as quick as you could to try to save what was left, try to save yourself, try to save your family, obviously. And then for 67 years, you were completely ignored. For 67 years, nobody would do anything to help your family out, the remaining family that is there. For 67 years, you had to live as a guest in another country, and we welcomed them here. With open arms did we welcome the refugees here. And we wanted them to know that they would be loved and taken care of here. But look, your heart is back in your homeland. That's where you really want to be. It's not that they wanted to come here. It's not that they said, I'm going to America. They were forced to come here. And that's why I understand the tears of this old man as he's ready to go back and start rebuilding.
I got kids and grandkids born here in Florida and in New York. And we're ready to do our part. This administration is the only administration sorry, that is trying to open the door for us. And we are not going to let this opportunity go by.
Listen to that. I mean, the same thing that Donald Trump is doing in Iran to open the door, freedom for the people in Iran, he's doing that right now in Cuba.
I got kids and grandkids born here in Florida and in New York. And we're ready to do our part. This administration is the only administration sorry, that is trying to open the door for us. And we are not going to let this opportunity go by.
You know, I'm so sick of the Trump derangement syndrome and everything that Donald Trump does. They just have to oppose it because it's Donald Trump doing it. I watched M. Snow last night, and I watched CNN and all their, their propaganda channels. And I watched them, and they're totally opposed to what Donald Trump is trying to do here by liberating these people. By indicting a man who I believe committed murder, and not just once. I believe he's committed murder throughout his entire career down there, and so did his brother. But to hear the Democrats go on their media and just, scream bloody murder about Donald Trump and the Department of Justice, which he didn't do this. Todd Blanche did, but he is leading the way to clean up Cuba and give it back to the rightful owners, which is the Cuban people. Here he is.
I think the Cuban population of Miami and certainly beyond Miami, people that came there that were decimated, whose families were ruined, appreciate what the Attorney General just did today and was just doing now, is just watching it. So we have Cuba on our mind.
I'll just say this, and I'll take your calls, 210-599-5555. You Democrats that have Trump derangement syndrome, you really are sick. You really are. Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. I've been talking about that for a couple of years now. It is a real thing. That not a thing that this guy does you can agree with. Not one. And that's when you know you have an actual real sickness. I say it needs to be in the DSM, and maybe it'll make it to the DSM. That's the big deal that all the psychologists have on their desk, talks about, it gives them their diagnosis. It really needs to be in there because there are people who just look at him, and you see him on social media, and you see him on M. Snow and everywhere else. All you got to do is look at Rosie O'Donnell or any of those people, or watch The View, and they have a sickness. It is a true, real sickness. Donald Trump is about to free the Cuban people, and they cannot stand him for it. Hey, Brad, go ahead. You're on.
Trey, one of my go-to guys for all things Cuba is a man in Louisiana named Humberto Fontova. He is a great guy dispelling all the myths about Che and all those guys. But the lady who taught me Spanish up in Dallas was a Cuban lady who said she knew it was time to go when they came to her and said, "Here, sign this form." She goes, "Well, what am I signing for?" "Well, this is just going to let us send your boy to Russia to get educated." And she said, "Well, that's going to be indoctrination." And she literally came to this country with a dress on her back and $5 bills. And she was a university professor, as so many of these people were, high professionals and stuff. Got here, wound up working in a dry cleaning place where she had to take a broom and beat these rugs to get the dust out of them before they went into machinery and things like that. But you had doctors that had to become custodians in hospitals. You had professors and things that were having to go out and pick tomatoes out in the open fields and stuff, stripped of everything, every privilege or honor. And then you're talking about having everything stolen. Che Guevara, who was their minister of economy, he said, "Well, we're going to confiscate everybody's savings because we want everybody to start out equal. So if you had any money in a Cuban bank, it was gone. Yeah. It was no longer your property."
Well, I'll tell you, and thank you, Brad, for the call, as always. I'll tell you, you can do anything in this country. Look at who our Secretary of State is right now. That'll tell you all you need to know about the Cuban people. It'll tell you all you need to know about the freedom that this country affords people worldwide. Our Secretary of State is the prime example. Back in a minute, Trey Ware, KTSA. Rain and thunder this morning. Chances drop as the day goes on. High near 80, 72 KTSA.
Good morning. We've had a busy morning rush hour with Slick Street, so it continues 35 southbound, the off-ramp to 1604. This wreck has a connector ramp blocked, so almost a 10-minute delay. This has you stop and go from FM 3009. This is the accident where an officer crashed his motorcycle on slick roads. 410 westbound approaching Callahan, 2 right lanes blocked with a wreck. On Loop 410 westbound approaching Callahan, this wreck has 2 right lanes blocked. Did clear the wreck at 410 southbound, that off-ramp to Ray Ellison. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breaking news, bold analysis, and the stories shaping our future. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Well, if you're like most investors, you're probably a bit confused on what to do with your investment portfolio right now. There's been a lot of volatility. We've seen a big move in interest rates, a war, new technology being introduced, and rising inflation. Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When I talk to listeners like you, the biggest issue I see when reviewing their portfolio is that there is no strategy or game plan. Without a game plan, it makes achieving your financial goals very difficult. It's probably time to schedule a free financial checkup with me. I'll personally analyze your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return. There will not be a high-pressured sales pitch at this meeting, just a clear, concise conversation about your specific financial situation. We actively manage assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. Give us a call at 210-526-0057 or visit us online at creatingricherlives.com.
CapTrust Financial Advisors is an investment advisor registered under the Investment Advisors Act of 1940 and does not render legal advice.
Looking for quality flooring? The Flooring Connection Outlet, formerly Green Carpet Company, has the same great service, in stock, and free home estimates. 1132 Arion Parkway behind Northside Ford. Different name, same great service. The Flooring Connection.
Keep your car running cool with BG. Over time, your vehicle's coolant becomes less effective. When the additives that prevent corrosion start to run low, it can cause problems in your cooling system. The BG Cooling System Service gets rid of rust and buildup, replaces worn-out coolant, and brings your cooling system back to life. Be good to your car and find a BG shop near you. Visit bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com. Today's engines need a clean fuel system to function efficiently. Without proper maintenance, you may notice performance loss in as little as 3,000 miles. The BG Fuel System Service thoroughly cleans fuel system components, which means you'll see an immediate improvement in performance and fuel economy. Be good to your car and keep it running at its best. To find a BG shop near you, visit bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com.
Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and respect. A firm backed by a track record of success and commitment to our clients. If you've been injured, trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio, Texas.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Find a way to get away at the Crestview RV Open House going on this weekend. Check out the latest in motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels with factory reps on hand to answer all your questions. For the location near you, visit crestview.rv.com.
True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com and get your first application for $9.95. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Let the pros do the work so you can enjoy your weekend. Hurry, offer ends 5/21. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, it's Joe Pags, and you're listening to News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Thank you,
Stay
Pags.
connected.
He will be here this afternoon. Here every afternoon. Trey Ware, KTSA. Now, look, Jimmy, Elaine, it was on me when we did the bit the last half hour about all the guys, first responders in New Mexico, went to the hospital, and y'all didn't get the story, didn't understand the gist of the story. That's on me, okay? As I'm trying to describe the story and y'all were completely lost, I thought y'all got a case of Rima-itis, okay? And every once in a while when I'm talking, he zones out. He goes somewhere else, and I have to go, hey, Sean, over here, I'm here, right?
What were you saying?
See? See what I'm talking about?
I know. You can't get us two together on the same wavelength because we'll just keep going.
But it was on me.
We had callers call in and say, Elaine, I didn't understand it either.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You missed all that because you were out of the room or you weren't paying attention. I said it was on me. Okay, I didn't describe it well enough apparently, and you guys were lost.
And your Roosevelt math was off.
No, his math was fine. I think it was the grammar.
Okay. Anyway, can I do my bits and pieces, something I've been doing for like 40 years on KTSA? I started bits and pieces about 40 years ago with my dad.
I'm going to turn my mic off so that you can get through this without any interruption.
You sound, with that fan behind you, you sound like you're on the tarmac with Donald Trump.
That's why I had to shut my door because it's
little windy in here right now.
The fans are all over the place.
Well, I'll just say this.
You're stupid.
I'll say this. My dickies are very soaked right now sitting here. Sitting here all morning in 90-degree heat.
Well, you can put the fan right there by your computer screen and you can have like wind-blown hair.
It's right here.
The video.
It's right there.
No, on the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got to keep the fan on for the computers so they don't overheat.
Yeah, buddy. You sure do. NAACP now demanding that all black high school athletes in the states that are redrawing districts don't play in sports. Remember, yesterday I was telling you, and I put the video up. By the way, I bring the receipts just so everybody knows. So I'm not talking out my butt. You can go to my X account at Trey Ware Show, and you'll see the videos of what I'm talking about. I bring the receipts. I'm not making stuff up. So NAACP, yesterday I told you they did the deal with Hakeem, and Hakeem was telling college players, don't play in the places that are redistricting. Don't play in Texas, Texas A&M, all the SEC essentially, Georgia. Don't play in Mississippi State. Don't play at LSU. Don't play at Alabama. They're all redistricting, and that's horrible. So I want all blacks to stop playing in the black athletes and don't even go to those schools. Now, you want to know what authoritarianism is? That's the very definition of it. That's the very definition of thinking that all the blacks who are going to those SEC schools are your slave, Hakeem. They're not your slave. They'll do whatever they want. That's the beauty of America, baby. But it's not the beauty of Democrats. If Democrats get in charge, they damn sure going to tell you where you can and cannot go to school. Well, anyway, NAACP expanded it yesterday. Now they're demanding all black high school athletes in those states not play in the sports. It started with the college athletes. Now they don't want high school athletes to play sports.
That is so silly because there are a lot of wonderful collegiate and high school black athletes that go on scholarships.
Absolutely.
And
now they're talking about high schoolers. So
now you want them to quit that school?
Yes.
And are you going to pay for my college education then?
Yes. It's ridiculous. How stupid is Hakeem Jeffries?
Do these people not remember how well it went over when Obama told black young men how to vote?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it went over really well.
That was like less than 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was. Nazi Graham Porta Potty Prattner. This is the guy that's running for Senate up in Maine. He's a Nazi. He's got the Nazi death head on his chest. He had it tattooed on there. If you tattoo the Nazi death head on your chest, you're a Nazi. Okay, you're officially a Nazi. He's also the guy that does the dirty stuff that he does in the porta potties because he likes the smell of the blue water. Oh, Jimmy, you must have been out to room yesterday. I talked about that yesterday. Graham Prattner. He mocked a U.S. Purple Heart soldier who was shot 4 times in Afghanistan, saying the dumb MF didn't deserve to live. This is a guy that's on his side, supposedly. I guess Graham Prattner's not really on this guy's side. Private First Class Ted Daniels, he fought with the Taliban in 2012 by himself, a firefight with a bunch of Taliban guys. He was shot 4 times. Nazi Graham Porta Potty Prattner said the dumb MF didn't deserve to live. He deleted the post, which shows that he really realized that it's a really stupid thing to say. But he said a whole lot more about this guy that I'm not even gonna.
He also spoke about Chris Kyle.
Huh? Yeah, he did.
Chris Kyle.
He did, and also that Chris Kyle was killing innocent civilians. He's absolutely nuts, and he was leading up in Maine. It looks like the Mainers are starting to back off a little bit from him, and that'd be one of the wisest things they could possibly do. Randy Carroll joins me at 8:35. We'll talk football and give you a chance to win some more tickets. Not now, but when I talk to Randy in 6 minutes. KTSA.
Imagine a clinic where you can see your primary care provider who will actually help you reduce your medications and improve your overall health. A clinic where you are rewarded for getting rid of medications. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. A place where you have a whole team of professionals that work together to balance your hormones, reduce your digestive issues, decrease inflammation, improve energy, sleep better, and get out of pain naturally. At the Institute for Functional Health, you receive state-of-the-art testing, education, and care. You are never alone, and you will have a team that is relentless in the pursuit to make you the best version of yourself. Now is the time to take care of your health. Call us at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. You don't have to worry, we can see you now. Call 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. 468-1891.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks. It's about comfort, safety, and function, too. Trey Ware here with Safe Showers and Bathwise. They have now joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more. They're the same trusted people, same great service, and now a whole lot more for you and your new bathroom remodel. New Bath Today still offers beautiful new showers, tub-to-shower conversions, walk-in tubs, and safety upgrades, but now they've expanded to include more complete bathroom remodeling, including toilets, flooring, vanities, and more. So whether you want a safer shower or a total bathroom refresh, I recommend you get in touch with New Bath Today. They can help you create a bathroom that looks better, feels better, and works better for your life. You get quality products, expert installation, and a smoother experience from start to finish. And right now, get $1,500 off your new shower plus low monthly payments. Get your free quote today at newbathtoday.com. New Bath Today, the same trusted team now with more for your bathroom. newbathtoday.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
If you're thinking of dental implants, have you ever called a dental implant center and asked for a price? A lot of them will offer a free consultation, but that often turns into a sales pitch. Most patients spend more time with the finance department than the doctor, and you're not buying a car, you just want to feel better. At River City Oral Surgery, they do things differently. They believe in health care built on trust, respect, and real patient care by a board-certified oral surgeon and medical doctor who lives here in our community. River City is not part of a corporate chain. There are no sales goals or quotas, no finance department. They even give their prices online at rivercityoms.com or over the phone. The goal is simple: to help patients achieve a healthier, natural, more confident smile. So if you're considering dental implants, you can trust River City Oral Surgery online at rivercityoms.com or 210-778-0002. For a local doctor you can trust River City Oral Surgery.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
The USS Nimitz is in the Caribbean this morning, part of the Trump campaign to pressure the Cuban government. The latest on that story coming up. A busy travel day ahead of the long weekend will track flight statuses across the country in just a few minutes. A local middle school principal facing DWI charges, and HEB could be expanding its East Side manufacturing facility. Those stories, plus checking on radar, coming up at the top of the hour.
Good morning. Still dealing with this trouble spot on the northeast side. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Now, this accident investigation is in the clearing stages, but for now, we still have 35 southbound. The off-ramp to get onto westbound 1604. That connector ramp is still blocked. 281 southbound at Bassey, that's a stall off to the shoulder. And 410 westbound Cherry Ridge, disabled vehicle, right shoulder blocked. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Your KTSA, Stevens Roofing. AccuWeather forecast will stay with a 40% chance of lingering showers and storms, otherwise clouds, and 84 today's high. Tonight, 30% chance of a returning shower or storm, a low of 70. For Friday, beginning with partly cloudy skies, then storms in the afternoon, a high of 87. Right now, clouds, a few sprinkles. It's 72 at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 107.1.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's 8:34. Ooh. Barracuda. Heart. 1976. I know, I don't mean to blow your mind, but yeah, it's been that long. 50 years ago today, yeah. Yeah, right. You are so... Elaine's one of those.
One of those way.
She's looking at me going, I was only 5 when this was...
I was 5 years old.
I was playing it on the radio.
Damn, Elaine, you were 5? I was 4.
Hey, both of you. And the horse you rode in on, too. Good Lord.
He's gonna call ice on us. Elaine.
I'm gonna bring in. That's right. I'm gonna bring in somebody that's around as long as I have been. In fact, you enjoyed him on morning country radio for 122 years, ladies and gentlemen. The great Randy Carroll, Hall of Famer all across the country, including the Country Music Hall of Fame in Nashville. What's up, man?
Well, I'm driving on Interstate 35, and I got to tell you, this is like an FCC nightmare for us. And when you're talking live to somebody who's driving on Interstate 35, there's a fine coming.
You're right. Be very careful now what you do and what you say. And
I will be that.
Yeah, and I drive on 35 every day, so man, I feel your pain, baby. It's the worst thing in the world to be on that highway. I'm so sorry. Listen, I just want to have you on for a minute as co-owner of the San Antonio Gunslingers. This weekend is a very important weekend, and we've been giving tickets away. In fact, right now, Elaine, let's do it again. Let's give a fistful to everybody who calls right now, 210-599-5555. This Saturday, 4 p.m., Freeman Coliseum, Military Appreciation Day. Just saying thanks to the military. I'm going to speak before the game. I do that every year. Randy, are you going to do the national anthem? We got a national anthem. What are we going to do?
No, I'm not going to do the national anthem. We got people that are going to be doing it,
right.
And it's gonna be great. And here's the cool thing: if you got a military ID, whether you're active duty or retired, you get in for free. And if you want to bring your family, you bring them to the box office. We're going to give them a 50% discount.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Great. We want to pack the house on Saturday. We want to pack the house every game for the Gunslingers. It's fast, it's furious, and it's fun football. I like alliteration, so there's 4 Fs. Fast, fun, furious, football. That's what the Gunslingers are. How's that? You like that?
It really is. It's like a combination. Indoor football, my wife always says, it's kind of like hockey meets football meets NASCAR.
Well, I like the last one for sure. You got me at that one. And I've always loved going. In fact, I'm going to be right up against the action because that's where I love to be. I'm too old and too slow to be out there, but I feel like I am when I'm standing next to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to be careful too. I was up against the wall, and those guys hit the wall, and I went down a couple of games back. So you got to be careful when you're up against the wall.
But it's really cool to be right there because they come over and talk to you. They'll slap high fives with you, all that stuff.
Absolutely, that's right, and you can talk smack to them as well.
Well, I talked smack to the referees. One of them didn't throw a flag on the other team one time, and I said, "Hey, why didn't you throw the flag?" And he said, the referee said to me, "Because I didn't see it." I said, "I did. Give me the flag. I'll throw it. I'll start throwing. Hand me your flag." Anyway, so
that's what you do.
That's right. Coldest beer in town. All kinds of great stuff to eat, but man, the thing is the entertainment. It's nonstop. It's not like when we have a timeout or at halftime, things lull. No, that's when the fun kicks in. Crazy stuff is always going on, always giving away fun stuff. But this Saturday is for our members of the military. We focus on them this Saturday. It's a heck of a show. You do not want to miss it. Pick up tickets at SanAntonioGunslingers.com. You can go right over there and get your tickets. Or, as Randy said, if you are a member of the military, bring your ID. You get in free or for free, and your family gets in half off. Did I get all that right?
You nailed it, buddy.
Okay.
You've been doing this a while, and you're a professional at it.
Not like you, man. My gosh. And I miss you. I do. I'll say this up front. I miss you on the radio, but I love the fact you're with the Gunslingers. I really do.
I'm loving the Gunslingers, buddy.
Good. Well, I'll see you on Saturday, Randy. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Trey. We appreciate you.
Oh, that beautiful Robin for me, and I'll see you then, okay? That's this coming Saturday over at the Freeman Coliseum. Everybody, let's go. Let's be there. So Elaine's taking names right now and handing out fistfuls of tickets. Well, let me just get to the next thing that triggered some Democrats yesterday. And maybe you can tell me why, because I don't know. I don't understand why Democrats would be triggered that President Trump chose to go with Ken Paxton over John Cornyn. Why would that upset Democrats? What? It has nothing to do with Democrats. That's two Republicans. Trump just picked a horse in the Republican race. Why would Democrats be upset that Ken Paxton was his choice?
A single Democrat statewide. I've won 3 statewides in a row, and I am so convinced that once people know his views on the issues, I don't think there's a place for him to get elected statewide here in Texas. Maybe in California his views would be accepted, but I cannot imagine that once people hear him talk and know what he believes, that he's going to get elected in Texas.
Okay, that he's talking about James Transrico. I started calling him Transrico many, many months ago because I believe that's who he is. His name is James Tallarico. I want you to know his real name as well. But I call him Transrico because he's all about trannies. He says one of the greatest things to him is tranny children, transitioning children into the opposite sex, which that's an impossibility. You can't transition children to the opposite sex, but he's all about that. He thinks that God is a tranny. He thinks that there are 6 different genders and sexes. The guy is actually, I think, certifiably crazy because these are the things that he actually believes and that he pushes. And as Donald Trump said, he's still wearing a mask and he's a vegan. So try to sell all of that to the voters of Texas. But to the voters of Texas, I will say, do not take anything for granted. You can't take anything for granted. The Democrats are going to cheat. They're going to do everything they can to get illegal aliens to vote. That's one of the reasons they're upset about ICE showing up at the polling places. They're going to do everything they can to change the ballots, bring ballots in the middle of the night. They're going to do all the stuff that we're up to them, and cheat by mail-in balloting, and all those kind of things the Democrats are going to try to do because they know they're on this quest. And Jack laid it out really well in his show yesterday. We've talked about it many times. They're on this quest for a one-party country like they have a one-party state out in California. They want to make that the deal all across the country, where it doesn't matter who you vote for, you're going to get a Democrat either way. That's what they're working on. And so here in Texas, that's why they're going to push this guy really hard.
Did they teach you in Sunday school that Jesus Christ himself was a radical feminist? The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us. God is non-binary.
You can't call yourself a Christian and reject the stranger seeking asylum at our southern border.
Our trans community needs abortion care too.
Our trans community needs abortion services. Men need abortions.
Modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than 2 biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
The guy is hyper-focused on trannies. Hyper-focused. Not a day goes by that he doesn't talk about trannies and how we should give up everything that we have to welcome trannies, and that we should actually say to trannies, yes, I believe that you changed your gender just because you said that. That's him. That's why I call him and have been calling him James Transrico. I believe that that's his major thing. And plus, I got a big problem when, as a teacher in San Antonio, he would give his cell phone to little bitty elementary children and tell the children at his elementary school, "Hey, call me tonight." That's a problem. There's something a little askew, a lot askew about this guy. So anyway, back to the original question: why would Democrats be upset that Donald Trump backed Ken Paxton over John Cornyn? And why were Democrats yesterday on M. Snow and CNN, like Chris Murphy and others, why were Democrats so upset about the Marksi loss? I thought Marksi was a Trumpster, and the Democrats would be totally happy with Marksi losing. Obviously, it's a rhetorical question. Marksi supported Democrat causes, and he was all about the anti-Semitism that Democrats have become world famous for, and so they're upset that one of their allies in Marksi are going away. 210-599-5555. Do you want to talk about the whole Transrico thing? You want to bring him up and discuss him a little bit? 210-599-5555. Over on CNN last night, they said he's going to win Texas. He's got a real good shot at winning Texas. 210-599-5555. Your home technology experts are over at Bjorn's. They have been at Bjorn's for over 50 years, doing indoor and outdoor stadium style and stadium experience TVs. They do indoor and outdoor audio without ugly speakers hanging off the wall in the back of your house. No. The speakers are wireless, and you won't even know that they're there. 50 years in San Antonio of having this kind of track record means all the difference to our friends over at Bjorn's. And when you trust Bjorn's as your home technology experts, they take care of everything that you need. That's right, custom home technology solutions with home theaters, whole home automation, home networking. They can do it all when it comes to the latest and greatest in technology for your home. Making your home really a smart home in every single facet that you can imagine. Blinds that go up and down just to command of your voice, everything like that. Bjorn's does that. I've been a customer of theirs for 50 years, and I love Bjorn Dybdahl. I think he's one of the greatest people in the world, but his son, Chris and Neil, they're the son and son-in-law, are running the place now. Bjorn's still around. He's still heavily involved, but those guys there have taken off, and they are really fantastic at what they do. So stop on by. State-of-the-art showroom, 281 in Bitters. That's Bjorn's, just Bjorn's. Rain and thunder this morning. It's all moving out to the east. It's getting out of here. Chances drop as the day goes on. High near 80. 72 KTSA.
Good morning. Still noticing some delays along 35 northeast side of town. This report sponsored by Red Diamond Tea, and that's due to an accident investigation. 35 southbound, the off-ramp to westbound 1604. That connector ramp still blocked, but again, they are in the process of clearing this. 281 southbound at Bassey, that stalls off to the shoulder, and a stall at 410 westbound Cherry Ridge, right shoulder block. Go ahead, step into summer with Red Diamond, fresh brewed with just 3 simple ingredients: tea, water, sugar. Always cold, ready in the refrigerated section. Red Diamond Fresh Brewed Tea. The perfect sip does exist. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Win tickets to the Festival of Flowers, Saturday, May 30th at the San Antonio Shrine Auditorium. Register now at KTSA.com.
I told my buyers, let's get them bought. Right now is the time to go. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, paying top dollar for your car, truck, sports car, exotic. What are you waiting for? We want to buy your car right now. Find out why thousands of satisfied customers across the United States put more money in their pocket by going to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
Looking for quality flooring? The Flooring Connection outlet, formerly Green Carpet Company, has the same great service, in stock, and free home estimates. 1132 Arion Parkway behind Northside Ford. Different name, same great service. The Flooring Connection.
Hey, it's Sean. As you know, I've needed a lot of medical stuff over the past few years, and that's why coverage through work is so very important to me, and that's why you should talk to my friends at Texacare. If you're a small business owner in Texas, Texacare is healthcare coverage built by Texans for Texans, and trust is in their DNA. Texacare is the health affiliate of Texas Mutual, who has been the leading workers' compensation insurance provider for Texas businesses for 30 years. Now, what makes Texacare different? Texacare's plans were developed after listening to Texas small businesses and crafting benefits that work for them and their needs, such as 4 no copay visits per member per year for your primary care, such as cardiologists, dermatologists, mental health professionals, physical therapy, chiropractic, and other providers. So talk to my friends at Texacare. If you're a business owner in Texas, you will thank me later. It's very easy to do. Just go to the website, Texacare.com. That's Texacare.com. Take care, Texas, with Texacare.
Well, if you're like most investors, you're probably a bit confused on what to do with your investment portfolio right now. There's been a lot of volatility. We've seen a big move in interest rates, a war, new technology being introduced, and rising inflation. Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When I talk to listeners like you, the biggest issue I see when reviewing their portfolio is that there is no strategy or game plan. Without a game plan, it makes achieving your financial goals very difficult. It's probably time to schedule a free financial checkup with me. I'll personally analyze your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return. There will not be a high-pressured sales pitch at this meeting, just a clear, concise conversation about your specific financial situation. We actively manage assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. Give us a call at 210-526-0057 or visit us online at creatingricherlives.com.
CapTrust Financial Advisors is an investment advisor registered under the Investment Advisors Act of 1940 and does not render legal advice.
Every leader feels the pressure to do AI, but rushing in leads to leaks and wasted budget. Bridgehead IT starts with a full AI assessment to secure your data and find where AI actually moves the needle. Stop guessing. Lead with confidence at bridgeheadit.com. I have Texas Rhino Shield on my home. I love it, and I think you will too. Find out with a free in-home, no-obligation Texas Rhino Shield inspection. Find out if Rhino Shield is right for your home at texasrhinoshield.com.
At the Law Office of Sean C. Brown, we've been representing clients for over 25 years. This is Sean Brown. If you find yourself in need of a lawyer, call me today at 210-224-8200 or visit SeanBrownLaw.com. That's SeanBrownLaw.com.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
Yeah, it's 8:50 now at KTSA. Okay, guys, on the continuing saga concerning our stuff in New Mexico, the 23, the 3 that passed away, and the other 20 that are in the hospital right now with they don't know some contact or something, and how it was described and not described and all that kind of stuff. Had a guy send me an email a second ago and said, look, ask if it's Chinese because there could be a Wuhan lab over there. I don't know. We don't have any idea.
Yeah, how much land do they own in New Mexico?
A lot. A lot.
And is it near our military bases, Trey?
Yes, it is, as a matter of fact.
I'm thinking it's a different form of fentanyl.
It might be.
Because it was, when you read a couple of articles, it's skin-on-skin contact.
Yes, and didn't it? It got to the nurses in the hospital, too.
In the hospital
so they got them all quarantined over there.
Yeah, I'm trusting Detective Elaine over there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, she'll break it down. She'll figure it out.
That's right. And she'll transmit it to us correctly. Oh, and then there's this.
Howdy, ma'am. How you doing today?
Hot, and I don't mean the good kind.
That's me. I'm hot, and I don't mean the good kind. By the way, that's got to be, if not my favorite scene. I mean, I think back to Buford T. Justice, and I loved all those scenes and the Smokey and the Bandit and all that stuff.
I think I've sent you that, and Jack, the same thing. This is me in about 30 years.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm talking about actually hot right now.
Ma'am, how you doing
Physically
today?
hot.
Hot, and I don't mean the good kind.
Oh, Hell or High Water, right?
Yep.
This is what that movie was.
High Water.
Good stuff, man. Okay, of course, the Democrats had a response to the Castro indictment yesterday. Trump is worse than Castro. You knew that was going to be. You didn't even need me to tell you. You knew that was going to be the response, right? That Trump kills Americans every day. That Trump kills guys in boats. Well, yeah, they're bringing drugs into the country, and we've had a huge decrease in the amount of drugs that have come into the country since we started blowing them up out in the water. And get this one, Trump killed the Iranian leaders, and the Democrats are mad at that. They get mad at whatever he does. So the latest here with the response to the Castro indictment is Trump is worse than Castro. All the lives that the Castros have taken of the Cuban people, all of the money that they stole, them and Che stole from the Cuban people over the years. No, that's Trump. He's just absolute worst. I mean, when you are that sick in the head, and you really are, when you're so obsessed about this guy that whatever he does is absolutely wrong. He's lowering prescription drug prices, and they went. I mean, by a lot, not by a little, by a lot. And they go on The View and they're going, well, but the fact that he's doing it, don't take advantage of it. Telling people who are paying a lot of money. I've got a friend that pays over $1,200 a month for one medication. For one. And the girls on The View are going, well, so what? It's his. His name is going to be on it, and we're all going to die, said the big fat redhead. Because his name is on Trump RX, we're all going to die. This is really how messed up they are. And he's helping the Cuban people, and they cannot stand it. So this happened in California with their gas. You know, everybody's gas prices are high, but in California, you can add another $3 or $4 on top of what we're paying. So there are a lot of places in California that are up around the $7 mark right now. Okay, and it's not unusual. That's throughout California. So a guy walks up to a Chevron station, and there's a sign on the pumps at the Chevron station.
All right, check it out. We're at Chevron. Sacramento policies did this. Now you pay more. California politics are choosing foreign oils and fuel over local jobs and lower costs. This is at the Chevron. Right here, okay? Right here.
Let's see, that's $6.89, $6.89 a gallon at the Chevron, which, by the way, Chevron is really good gasoline. It's one of the highest quality gasolines you can get. It's up there along with Shell and ExxonMobil. That's really quality gasoline. Almost to the point where now, with our premiums, I'm having to buy, Walmart gas and, those kind of gases. Yeah.
What country does California get their oil from?
Correct.
Hold on, I can't remember.
Correct, and that's the point that Chevron is making here. In California, they do not buy one drop of domestic gasoline or domestic oil. It's outlawed in the state of California. Every single drop of gasoline in California comes from over there, like Iran.
That is so fiscally stupid.
Well, that's what they do, and that's Newsom.
Yeah,
that's Newsom. Remember what Joe Biden was doing. We're going to wash it out. We're going to get rid of the oil and gas business in the United States. Well, Newsom already did that in California. They could be producing gasoline and oil in California. But because Newsom said, no, we got to watch the environment. Gasoline's bad. Oil is bad for the environment. Now they import every last bit of it, so their prices are always about $3 higher than everywhere else. Sometimes more than that, depending on where you get it.
That's what I was thinking. Think of how much money you could be saving your residents and constituents if you just bought your own country's oil.
Absolutely. Your own state. Your own state. But they refuse to do that because they want to kill the oil and gas business in the United States. While Trump has unleashed it and China is pulling up down here in Corpus Christi. And they're hooking up to our stuff in Corpus Christi, and China is buying gasoline oil from us.
I've seen pictures on Facebook where they're China tankers right out there at Port A or around there.
All up and down there through Rockport and everywhere else. They're just pulling up and they're hooking up and they're gassing up and they're going on. And it's not just China. It's countries from around the globe. We have become the #1 oil manufacturer on planet Earth. If you combine the other top two, Saudi Arabia and Russia, they're not even close to what we do. Okay? So that's in 1 year. You just needed a new president. And you look to California with Gavin Newsom, and he wants to be your president. And what he has done in California, he will do to all of us if he gets in there. Now, I don't see that happening, but, man, I have been surprised before by the voters in the United States of America. So I don't discount anything. I don't discount trans recall. And, by the way, we had a classic car guy call a minute ago. He took issue with me calling.
He said muscle car.
Muscle car, okay, yeah. he took issue with me calling people trannies because he has high respect. He has high respect for trannies that he uses in his muscle cars.
So what are we going to go call a Trans Am?
Well, yeah, there you go.
No, they can't call that anymore.
I'm sorry, dude. That's just they call themselves that. So that's I'm into calling people what they call themselves. Gay people now call themselves queer, so I call them queer. And trans people call themselves trannies, so I call them that too. Whatever you want to be called, I call you. Back in a minute. Trey Ware, KTSA.
Now more than ever, Texas energy security is national security. That's why Governor Greg Abbott and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick have endorsed Jim Wright's re-election to Railroad Commissioner. Jim Wright understands how important Texas energy is to make sure we keep America first. Jim Wright is focused on making sure hostile foreign nations can never have direct ownership or indirect influence on Texas energy. And he's not stopping there. Jim Wright will keep radical militant Islamists out of Texas energy, protecting our infrastructure and our future. Look at Jim Wright's results. Record oil revenues topping $6 billion, fueling our economy. Jim Wright knows energy independence is national security, keeping Texas strong and America secure. He'll always stand firm for Texas. Jim Wright, protecting Texas energy, securing America's future. Re-elect Jim Wright for Railroad Commissioner. Election Day is May 26th. Political ad paid for by Texas Now PAC.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-444-9336, 800-444-9336, or biglou.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. KTSA.
It is 9 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm John Cruz. A majority of the rain pushed off to the east. We still got some lingering light showers and sprinkles. Your full AccuWeather forecast is on the way. The USS Nimitz in the Caribbean this morning. The carrier arrived on the same day the Justice Department announcing charges against Raul Castro. It will remain in the region for at least a few days as part of the Trump administration's campaign to pressure the Cuban government. Investigators wrapping up 2 days of hearings on the deadly crash of a UPS cargo plane in Louisville, Kentucky last year. During yesterday's proceedings, the FAA's Todd Martin asked about the fracturing of two pylon lugs supposed to act as a failsafe.
What the accident proves is that the design failed.
Other witnesses testifying at the hearing in D.C. that the pilots didn't report any problems before takeoff. That November crash killing 15 people. A busy travel day, coast-to-coast traffic delays impacting commuters in LAX after construction workers hit a gas line there last night. Meanwhile, a runway at LaGuardia hopefully reopening this morning after a sinkhole discovered Wednesday delayed hundreds of flights. If you're flying out of SA this morning, there are a handful of delays, one canceled flight. Be sure to check your flight status and arrive early. A Westside Middle School principal out on bond after his arrest early Wednesday for DWI. Kevin Van Laham was reportedly driving the wrong way on West Loop 1604 when Converse police pulled him over around 2 a.m. Officers arrested Van Laham after he failed a breathalyzer test. Now, Van Laham has been the principal of EM Peace Middle School in Northside since last summer. San Antonio moving ahead with a plan to rename Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard. KTSA Stacey Keene.
The City Council's Governance Committee voted to approve changing the street name back to Durango Boulevard. Chavez's name is being erased from public places nationwide after recent revelations of sexual abuse by the late labor leader. The full City Council is expected to vote on that proposed name change in August. Stacey Keene, KTSA News.
Texas regulators trying to cut down on errors in the food stamp program, which are currently well above the national average at about 8%.
Overpayments accounted for 5% of the payment error rate, and underpayments were 2.55%.
That's Jamie Olson with the group Feeding Texas. She says it's not fraud. Some are clerical errors. Others are because people who receive food stamps have fluctuating incomes. If the problem is not fixed, Texas faces millions in penalties from the federal government. The Texas teen accused of pulling the trigger in a series of weekend shootings near Austin is an illegal immigrant. Christian Mondragon appeared in court this week, where prosecutors say there's an active ICE hold. The 17-year-old was also on probation through the juvenile justice system. Now, 4 people were shot in 12 separate attacks on homes, cars, and 2 Austin fire stations. Your KTSA, Stevens Roofing. AccuWeather forecast will stay with a 40% chance of lingering showers and storms, otherwise clouds, and 84 today's high. Tonight, 30% chance of a returning shower or storm, a low of 70. For Friday, beginning with partly cloudy skies, then storms in the afternoon, a high of 87. Right now, mainly clouds and 73 at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm John Cruz. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 1071.
Good morning. We are working a few stalls. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. As you head into your midday commute, we do have a stall at I-10 westbound FM 1516. That's the far east side of town. That's off to the left shoulder. A stall at I-10 westbound Wurzbach, right shoulder blocked. And at 410 westbound Cherry Ridge, disabled vehicle off to the shoulder. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP or MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
And Sean's on vacation this week. He'll be back on Tuesday. In fact, we'll all be back on Tuesday. Going to take the Monday holiday off. I'm going to talk about the strongest president in my life. We'll get into that here in a little while. But before we do, I've been talking a long time about this phone addiction that we have in this country. We all have it. We're all addicted to these smartphones, and it's not good. What is happening to us and our relationships with other human beings and our ability to have a relationship with other human beings deeply impacted by this. And the longer this addiction goes on, the worse it's going to get for you to be able to have a real, honest-to-goodness, face-to-face relationship with somebody. Most of us are to the point now where we don't even want to talk to another human. We'd just rather text another human. We don't even want to have a conversation with somebody anymore, by phone or by face or whatever. The phones have been not good. They really haven't. And this is not old farty. This is, everybody's going through this. I stand at the head of the line on this deal. I'm not saying that you guys have it and I don't. No, we all have this addiction to this phone that has not been good. I want to listen to what the Surgeon General was just talking about just a few minutes ago. The Surgeon General of the United States.
Sounding the alarm over excessive screen time risks for children. Studies show kids between 2 and 12 years old can spend up to 5 hours per day looking at
Whoa. Between 2 and 12, 5 hours a day.
Screens, while teens spend nearly 9 hours a day. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. is now urging children to unplug from their devices.
Our message to children is simple. Life exists beyond the screen. Today's advisory is not just a warning, it's a call to reclaim childhood. We want children to spend less time scrolling and more time living.
The Surgeon General's office releasing the 5 Ds of healthy screen use to help parents guide their kids. They are discuss, do, as in do model the behaviors you'd like to see, delay, divert, and disconnect.
Okay, so you know what? I'm going to ask you to use your phone real quick because I do want to have a conversation with you about this. Don't text me. Don't send me email. Actually, call me and let's talk about this for just a second. Do you think we have, because I do, guys, I really do, honestly, I think we have an addiction problem. It's called phone, primarily because that's where all the apps are. So whether you're playing a game or you're on social media, and I really don't think it's good for our relationships. I think it's a bad thing. The fact that the impact that you and I have talked about so many times over the years, just in families, how you'll go to a restaurant, you see families are all on the phone. Maybe you do it, maybe I do it. I don't know. I try not to anymore. I do my best to try to leave my phone in the car when I go to a restaurant with Nancy. I don't do it every time. There are times when I take it in there and I set it down next to me. I carry my wallet and my phone in my hand and I set it down next to me on the table. I try not to look at it. especially during mealtime. Mealtime for us has always been kind of like a sacred time. She was brilliant when we first got married 43 years ago. She said mealtime is a sacred time. We're going to have mealtime every night. We're going to sit and we're going to talk about our day and all that. And it was great because we still do that. But the phone has, been creeping in and filling a lot more of the time. And I spend a lot of time on the phone. How about you? So and these numbers for young people and teens, 2 to 12, over 5 hours of screen time every day, and then up to 18, they're spending over 9 hours of screen time every day. I'm just curious if you're with them, with the Surgeon General and with Bobby Kennedy and these people saying, look, there's a life out there that we need to start working on, and we need to start reconnecting with each other. And that means face-to-face reconnecting. We see the memes. It's funny because they're on social media. But we see the memes about our social media being a bunch of bicycles crashed in the front lawn of somebody's house, because that's how we got together. We didn't have social media. We didn't have cell phones. The only phones we had were plugged into the wall, and they had a very long cord so we could go around the corner from the kitchen and hide out and talk to our girlfriends in private. And I obviously, we're not going back to that. Obviously, that's not where we're headed, and nor do we want to go back to that. But is there something to this now, since we are seeing this revolution that's going on and a revival that's going on with youth? We see them turning back to God. We see them turning back to a bunch of trad stuff, Trad wives are really something that's taken off now. We see the trad lifestyle really taking off now. We're seeing more traditional family-type stuff that's taken hold with folks now. I, for one, I'm glad that people like Bobby Kennedy and our Surgeon General are leading the chat on this, and they're actually bringing it up to start a national conversation. That's all they can do, and that's all they're going to do. They're not going to outlaw things, nor would any of us want them to do that. I mean, we don't want it to be illegal to have a phone, obviously. And we don't want more restrictions coming from our government. That's the last thing in the world we need is more restrictions from government. So we're not looking for that. We're just looking for somebody, I think, to start the conversation so that we actually will think about what we're doing and sit down and spend more time one-on-one with each other. Let me open the phone. Elaine and Jimmy, if y'all want to sound off on this too, that's cool. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. I do think there's a lot of value, both psychologically and overall, to us as humans to have connection. I think it's a big deal when we're not connected. And I don't mean connected through the phone. I mean physically connected with those who are in our lives. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I didn't do a Zoom meeting with my childhood friends. We got together.
Yeah.
And we planned another trip while we got together so that we could,
Great point. You just did it.
Yeah,
You went to LBJ.
From people from Boston, Dallas, San Antonio, all made a plan 6 months ago. But yeah, we get together.
What? And Noel, hang on, I'm going to come to you. What do you say does one person kind of head that up in your group and say, okay, guys, this year we're going to go to LBJ on the X date? So
yeah, kind of
okay.
Like it'll be in the group text. Hey, what do y'all think about this for this year? Because at the lake this year, they were like, okay, now let's go skiing next time.
Yeah.
So everyone's going to be like, all right, let's start planning for either late this year or early next year.
That's great.
But we also don't text on a group text level as much. We tend to call each other personally.
That's good. That's really good. One of the things that we try to do, and I call it our crew, is we try to get together at least a couple of times a month. Like this weekend, some of my crew's coming to the football game with me on Saturday, just to be with them. I don't know. You guys just sound off on this for a minute. We're not gonna spend a whole lot of time on this, but I do want to get your feedback at this. 210-599-5555. Noel, hello there. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Sir, I'd just like to say that the cell phone use has become a textbook social contagion. I think every single parent listening to your broadcast this morning should take a look at the congressional testimony of men like Tristan Harris, who have sounded the alarm on the negative impact of cell phone use, not just on teens, but on society as a whole. I grew up in the era where you had to live with boredom, the analog era.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a social contagion. It's terrible.
So we're that both.
All right, thank you, Noel. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I did too. We had to find ways to deal with boredom, and one of the ways that I dealt with it, I was a very voracious reader. I read all the time. Got pictures of me around the house when I was 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, and even into my teens. And I got a book. I'm sitting on the bed with a book in my hand. That's what or I played music. Okay, I had a guitar and I played music, or I was with my friends and we were doing stuff and we were running around. My mom literally, I'm not making this up, guys. My mom literally, when we would come home from school, she would tell us, get outside and come home when the porch light comes on. She literally did that every day. I want you climbing trees. I want you riding bikes. I want you doing all those things. Get with Steve Stevenson, one of my friends. Get with Tim Gill, one of my friends. And you guys go get lost for a while. Y'all go have a good time. I don't know. Larry, what do you think?
Well, thank you for taking my call. I have two comments. I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, and it is tough taking them in social settings with other kids because all the other kids are on their parents' phone or on their iPads to a point where we stay in the car until their class begins because all they want to do is watch their iPads with their friends. And secondly, I have a first grader. She is presently in a charter school. I talked with her teacher, who used to teach in one of the public schools in San Antonio and left because of the overuse of technology. And the school that she's at now is learning the old-fashioned way, and I'm for it all the way.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate your call. Yeah, let me just say one thing about that when we break. Teachers now in Texas are reporting that since we put the cell phone ban in the school, the kids are starting to reconnect. They're starting to talk to each other in the hallway because what they were doing is walking down the hallway between classes, and they were on their cell phone. They're now starting to take the time to talk to each other in the hallway. They're now asking questions of the teacher in the classroom because they don't have a phone in their hand, so they actually are engaged in the classroom. I got to tell you, that's all positive stuff, guys. It really, truly is. And if we have to have more I almost said gun-free zone. If we have to have more phone-free zones, like restaurants, put up a sign.
Well,
it's a phone-free zone,
now that you mentioned restaurants, like Outback and Olive Garden, they actually have pads on the table.
Oh, I know, to pay your bill.
Play games.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
Ooh, what if the phone companies made a restaurant mode, like we have airplane
mode,
where you can still receive a call, but you can't look at your screen?
Right. That's a good idea.
That'd be cool.
Put a fork and a spoon, and that's going to be the symbol to set up an airplane.
For restaurant
mode. All right, quick break. Tell you more about that and take your phone calls, 210-599-5555. As we age, we start to look at things like Medicare, Medicare Advantage, Medicare supplements, and all of those kind of things. Because why? Because you got to have it. And the government website is tricky. The government's always kind of tricky. So, it's not easy, and that's why Nick Knightley's in business at Knightley, with a K, Insurance Group. What Nick Knightley does, and his team of experts when it comes to Medicare, they will talk with you as long as it takes for you to understand your Medicare choices and making the right choices for you, because what's right for you ain't right for me, and vice versa. So he is there to help you, whatever it takes, whether you're going to do this online and you all are just shooting emails back and forth with each other, you're on the phone, whatever. Nick Knightley, and he doesn't charge for this. There's no charge to you for this at all with Knightley Insurance Group. He'll walk you through all of your options. He'll talk about your physicians and getting them into your program, so you keep your physician, your medications and where all that fits in there, so you keep your medications, all the things that need to go into the government website. So when you hit that government website, you're ready to go. You got the answers. You're ready to plug those answers in. Because if you mess it up, you get locked out of that website and you can't get back in there. So, look, just eliminate all the stress, all the headaches, all the hassle, all the pressure trying to do this yourself and get the professional help from Nick Knightley at Knightley Insurance Group. Again, that's Knightley with a K, KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. Well, the rain and thunder has moved out of the area, and the chances are dropping as the day goes on. High near 80 today. Right now, 72 KTSA.
Good morning. As you get into your midday commute, we do have a few stalls. All of these are off to the shoulder. 410 westbound Cherry Ridge, I-10 westbound at Wurzbach, and 1604 southbound Potranco. I-10 westbound FM 1516, that stall is off to the left shoulder. Now, if you guys see something we're not talking about, call us on the traffic tip line. We'll check it out, 210-785-2601. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time saver traffic.
The headlines the others miss. From Texas to the nation and around the world. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks, it's about comfort, safety, and function too. Safe Showers and Bathwise have joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more, including showers, tubs, flooring, and vanities. Get $1,500 off your new shower at newbathtoday.com.
Hi, this is Richard with Pride Floors. Choosing new floors is a big investment, and choosing the right team matters just as much. At Pride Floors and Construction, we've built our reputation on exceptional craftsmanship, honest service, and results homeowners across San Antonio can count on. From the first consultation to the final walkthrough, our team makes the process simple, professional, and stress-free. And because we know your time matters, we're proud to offer fast turnaround times without sacrificing quality. Whether you're replacing outdated flooring, updating a new home, or completely transforming your space, we have flooring that fits your style, your lifestyle, and your budget. With over 275 Google 5-star reviews, Pride Floors and Construction has become a trusted name for homeowners throughout the San Antonio area. Beautiful floors, reliable services, work done right the first time. Pride Floors and Construction. We take pride in our floors so you can take pride in your home. Come visit our showroom today at 1604 in Lock Hill, Soma, or visit our website at pridefloors.com.
Oral health is such an important part of your overall health, and that's why I love talking about Dr. Williamson. He is a dentist, but not an ordinary dentist by any means. He is a broadly trained gentleman. He is fully trained and able to handle just about any dental problem you could ever have. And what is really different is the way he conducts things in his office. You're not just a number. He's somebody that wants to get to know you. He's going to concentrate on helping you. Dr. Williamson is an outstanding dentist, following the tradition of Dr. Staffel that he worked with for a number of years. It's very conveniently located off Cherry Ridge Drive, outside Loop 410, just east of I-10. But Dr. Williamson, his staff, is the most welcoming atmosphere you will ever encounter and one of the most capable dentists you will ever know. If you're looking for a dentist, if you're new to town and want to start with the best one I think you'll find, well, you just need to call 341-2569. 210-341-2569 for Dr. Williamson and Associates.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Whatever the task in your yard this spring, all you need is Steel battery. Mow it, trim it, clean it. From start to finish, do it all with Steel battery. Now's the time to power up. Save up to $50 on select Steel battery tools. Get the performance you want with the savings you need. Visit SteelUSA.com. Save up to $50 on select Steel battery tools. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
This is Jamie Markley, and you're listening to News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071. Stay connected.
In excess. Yeah. 921, Trey Ware, KTSA. Sean's on vacation this week. Jimmy, no, that's not just a car blowing up there by the big bull at Wall Street. I've been on that very place right there with Elaine, and there's something more to that story that we're not being told. First thing I thought when I saw it that looks like terrorism in New York City, the south, down there where they took the Twin Towers out. That's right around the corners where the Twin Towers were, and something ain't right about that story. I don't know what it is, but something ain't right.
It looked big enough like a Hollywood. I was telling you this off air. It looked like a Hollywood explosion.
Yeah, something going on.
Like coordinated.
Yeah, something going on. Hey, John, go ahead. You're on. What's up?
Hello. I had a comment about the kids with cell phones and stuff, and a lot of that I attribute to parents as well. You ever go through H-E-B and see these like 7 and 8, 9-year-old kids inside the basket, and the parents are pushing them, and they're not helping out at all?
Yes. Yes, I have. Put a hammer in their hand.
That's what I was saying. They have their own little tablets.
Yeah.
And then at the restaurant, they provide them with tablets so they can play games and stuff.
Absolutely. Okay, now I want to do I got some sound I want to play. So, Jimmy, I haven't really had a chance to preview some of this, so I'm just going to kind of run with you. Well, I think we're safe because this one here is John Cornyn from this morning. And I've told you I like old John. I like him so much that I think he ought to go, enjoy his retirement years. That's how much I like him. That he's a nice guy, but he's ineffective. He's not helping the state of Texas with the America First MAGA agenda. Let's hear from him this morning.
Good morning, John Cornyn here. It's Thursday, and there are 2 more days, today and tomorrow, of early voting before the ultimate runoff date of May the 26th. I'm on my way to Houston to rally the troops, and then I'm heading back to Washington, D.C. to make sure our brave men and women with ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are paid despite Democratic obstruction. 75% of registered voters did not vote in the primary, but here's the good news. You can still vote in this runoff. So cast your ballot. I'd appreciate your vote for the U.S. Senate in the Republican primary runoff, May the 26th, or during early voting today and tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
He's in a car, and he's reading a script in the car, but whatever. Some people just need a script. But I just feel like the time has come and gone, and he had his moment. But with some of the moves the last few years, I've gone through this with you, the whole gun control issue and those kinds of things. It just really bothered. And the fact that what cost him Donald Trump was a couple of years ago, he said, it's time to move on from Donald Trump. And now Donald Trump is just saying it's time to move on from him. Okay, now let's go to Trey Yingst because we've got a new deal from Iran.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Iran's foreign ministry says they are reviewing a new U.S. proposal. This comes as Pakistan's interior minister made a last-minute trip to the Iranian capital of Tehran for talks aimed at moving a possible agreement forward. Iran's foreign minister spoke yesterday with a warning for the United States.
Should it become necessary, should the interests of the state dictate that we prepare ourselves in the field of diplomacy, of discussion, of negotiation, then we will prepare ourselves. But with strength, the same strength with which the armed forces prepare themselves in defense of the country.
President Trump says he's in no hurry to make a deal since the U.S. naval blockade is causing significant economic damage to Iran and weakening the regime. He indicated the war could resume quickly if Iran doesn't respond well to this proposal.
We're all ready to go. We have to get the right answers. We're dealing with some people, and I must tell you, we're dealing with some very good people. We're dealing with people that are, I think, far more reasonable than the people that are really no longer with us.
Yeah, but their thing is they want to keep the weapons-grade uranium inside of Iran, and the president has been very clear. That's a red line. And in this case, he cannot violate this red line, otherwise Iran wins this thing. And if Iran wins this thing, we are automatically weakened. There's no other choice in this matter as far as the U.S. is concerned other than victory, and complete and total victory over Iran here. You can't leave the door open for them to say, okay, well, we'll let you keep just a little bit of the uranium, and then we're going to, let you keep the Strait of Hormuz because then you can, in the future, control it. It's got to be total and complete victory over this, or it is a victory. Anything that's less than what the president has laid down as a marker for him is a total and complete victory for Iran, and our enemies, the Chinas and the Russias and the others of the world, will look at that as the United States being extremely weakened. And we can't do that. We cannot, at this juncture where we are in the United States of America and in the world politics with it, everything is shifting, and he's making a bunch of great moves. I just, again, I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But when I look at this, I have to say to myself, just being honest, what is different now than 10 years ago? I mean, obviously Donald Trump is different, but they're trying to play him is all I see. I get this feeling. I've seen this story before, and Iran, the leadership of Iran, they are unbelievable at playing U.S. leaders. Now, that being said, he's the strongest president I've ever seen in my life, and I'm so thankful every day that he's there. And I just don't want him falling into the trap of these guys because that's the way they are. You know, Christian said yesterday, well, he's a boa constrictor. He's squeezing them. Well, I hope that's true, and I hope it's not one of these deals where they are playing him and stringing him along, and every time he says, I'm going to whip your butt, they go, oh, okay, we'll make a deal. Because that's what they've been doing so far. We're 6 weeks now into a 2-week ceasefire, and to have that ceasefire in place, they were supposed to open the straits. They've done none of the above. That's all I can go by. Coming right back, Trey Ware, KTSA.
Hi, it's James. I'm the owner of Patriot Driving Cleaning. Proudly offering professional driving cleaning here in San Antonio for a flat rate of $95. Schedule today at cleanmydryevent.org. That's cleanmydryevent.org. Patriot Driving Cleaning. Veteran owned, veteran proud, and veteran standards.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Ben Adams Jewelers is closing forever. Our entire inventory is up to 70% off. Plus, take up to an extra 20% off. The vaults are open and everything must be sold. Hurry to Ben Adams Jewelers before our going out of business sale ends for good.
At the law office of Sean C. Brown, we treat you like family. This is Sean Brown. I've been representing members of the community for over 25 years. From a DWI to auto accidents, call me today, 210-224-8200, or visit SeanBrownLaw.com.
Dave Ramsey here. When your AC quits, the plumbing backs up, or something electrical goes sideways, you need straight answers. That's why I recommend Champion Home Services. They handle heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical. One company with no pressure and no games or upselling. Just honesty and clear pricing before anything starts. You see the purple Champion trucks and their belt buckle logo all over town. Champion believes in doing things the right way the first time. They show up on time, respect your home, they respect your money, and they do the work like professionals should, helping you sleep better at night. So when you need reliable AC, plumbing, and electrical help from people you can trust, call Champion Home Services at 210-528-1604 or go to championac.com. Trustworthy, Texas-proud home services, championac.com. And tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
President Trump needs conservative fighter Carlos de la Cruz in Congress. That's why President Trump gave Carlos de la Cruz his complete and total endorsement. 20-year Air Force veteran, businessman, outsider. Carlos de la Cruz is a Trump conservative who will always fight for Texas, and he needs your vote on May 26th. Vote May 26th for Carlos de la Cruz, the only candidate backed by the National Border Patrol Council. And Carlos de la Cruz is the only candidate backed by President Trump and his MAGA warriors in Congress. They support Carlos de la Cruz because they know he will always stand with President Trump. On May 26th, vote Carlos de la Cruz for Congress.
I'm Carlos de la Cruz, and I approve this message. I'll always stand with Texas and President Trump.
Paid for by Carlos de la Cruz for Congress.
Hey, this is Richard at Pride Floors. Want a cleaner, richer look in your home? Visit our showroom and explore the newest European oak styles. Quality products, lifetime installation warranties. Near 1604 in Lock Hill, Soma. At Pride Floors, we take pride in our floors so you can take pride in your home.
Ready to upgrade to the perfect sleep setup? Let Mattress Firm sleep experts guide you to the perfect bed at the Memorial Day sale. Top brands, ideal comfort, score unbeatable deals on both. Mattress Firm, they make sleep easy.
Texas Gun Shows brings you the largest gun shows around, and this weekend they are coming to the Victoria Community Center, 2905 East North Street. Open this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 and 10 a.m. to 4 Sunday. Texas Gun Shows is at the Victoria Community Center this weekend.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
45 million Americans will hit the road this weekend. What you can expect in the air and on the roads coming up. Iran is said to be rebuilding its military-industrial base much faster than expected. We'll pick up that report coming up as well. Police looking for a man who shot two others outside a bar early this morning on the north side. And the number of Texans getting food stamps is down since last year. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour.
Good morning. We are working a few stalls. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. On Loop 410 westbound Cherry Ridge, that stall's off to the shoulder. Another at 410 eastbound I-10. Stall has the left shoulder blocked. 1604 southbound Potranco, that stall's off to the right shoulder. And another disabled vehicle, I-10 westbound FM 1516. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Here we go, baby. Let's hit it. 9:36 KTSA. Trey Ware here. Yeah. Sean is off this week, out enjoying some vacation. And you and I are enjoying Janet. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Okay, it's Thursday, May 21st. All the rain and thunder and stuff has moved off to our east, but there could be a return of some of that tonight. In fact, over the next several days, into next week. Well, in the next week, we could have days like we just had, nights like we just had. So listen, June, July, and August are coming when it's going to be bone dry. So you think I'm going to complain about rain? That ain't happening. Even though it looks like Saturday, 70-some-odd% chance of thunderstorms on Saturday. That'll be kind of a washout maybe for our a Memorial Weekend stuff we might be doing. But that's okay. You're not going to hear me gripe one little bit. Let it rain. We need it around here, so it's good. Jim Jordan announced just a little while ago, human sources who infiltrated January 6th and caused all the problems just were probably might have been paid by the Southern Poverty Law Center. This is coming out in these investigations that they're doing into the Southern Poverty Law Center now. Jim Jordan said, were any of those guys they were paying, the Biden Justice Department paying those same guys? These confidential human sources, 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol in January 26. We've said all along, from that day, I have said those were government plants that were whooping everybody up, that were causing all of this to happen on that day, exciting everybody and come in here and open the doors. There were way too many of the guys who had the MAGA hats on, who were starting the stuff, and they weren't MAGA guys, and the other guys were like, don't listen to him, he's a Fed agent. But the panel that was headed up by Liz Cheney and by Benny Thompson, they didn't tell you that, did they? That whole thing was a made-up show produced by a guy they hired from Disney Productions to put it on to get the result they were trying to get so they could impeach Donald Trump if, in fact, he were to win again. He obviously did not win again in that case, but they wanted to be able to put him in jail and all the other guys who were there, as they did do. Jordan said they weren't authorized to do so. I want to know if any of these guys were double-dipping and taking money from the government and from the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's one of the things we have to find out. Look, this is the strongest president in my life, and that includes Ronald Reagan. And I was a huge Ronald Reagan fan, and I still am. The rest of them, I wouldn't give you one penny for the rest of them. Not a one. This guy that we have right now, I thank God for him every day because God put him where he is for a specific purpose, and that was to preserve the Republic of the United States of America, because God has special plans and purposes for this country like no other country at all. This is a little bit of what I'm going to be talking about on Saturday over at the Gunslingers game. And the purposes and plans of God will not be thwarted nor stalled. He will put leaders in place that maybe you don't agree with or I don't agree with, whatever, in order to achieve his purposes and his ends. And I truly believe that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. He is reordering the entire world. We see what he's doing and shifting from the post-World War II era, where the guys with the big globalist guys over in Europe, they were going to run the entire world, to more of a Pacific region with the United States in the Western Hemisphere. And speaking of the Western Hemisphere, he's cleaning up the Western Hemisphere like nobody we've ever seen. 67 years. The refugees from Cuba who are living in southern Florida, they have not seen anything like this before now. Nothing. That he's righting wrongs. He is cleaning stuff up like Cuba that needed to be cleaned up. Certainly like Iran that needed to be cleaned up. And he's doing it all for the United States of America, and because the United States of America, so goes the United States of America, so goes many other parts of the world, because we export goodness. So he's really doing an incredible job. And you know what? The Democrats actually know that. Many of them are just PO'd that it's not their guy doing it. That's why the fat redhead on The View, what's her name?
Joy Behar.
Joy Behar, thank you. She has got to complain and say, with Trump RX, even if it saves you thousands of dollars on your prescription, still don't do it because it's coming from Donald Trump. And you know well that if it was coming from Barack Hussein, she'd be all over it. She'd be screaming about it every day. It's wonderful. It's so wonderful. This is great. But when you look at the effect that he's been having just on politics here, the people that he backs, they win. Look at his track record. And plus, just because he's there, $800 million the GOP has for the midterms. Compare that with the Democrats' $200 million. And look at this. Just a few short weeks ago, the Democrats would have had to win 3 seats in order to take control of Congress. Now that number's up to 10 seats that they have to win. Now, I'm not saying they're still not going to win. I'm not saying the Democrats are still not going to have this blue wave that, CNN and MSNO keeps telling us they're going to have. Seems a whole lot less likely to me at this point that there's going to be any blue wave at all. And I pray every day that there won't be. I pray every day that good, faithful, God-fearing, and country-loving Americans like you will decide they have to be involved. if we do our jobs and turn out like I did yesterday, I voted yesterday. If we do that, then James Transrico doesn't stand a chance in the state of Texas if we do what we have to do. If we don't, guys, I'm telling you, this is going to be a fight here. And I know we got a long way to go, and people are going to learn about Transrico and how much he's in love with children transitioning and all those kind of things. When it comes to the surgery, I'll call it chopping up children because that's what they do to them. They chop up children in the surgery. He's obviously into transing people because he talks about it all the time. He has a sick obsession with it. And we're going to tell, more of this is going to be laid out the closer we get, after we get past next week, and whoever is going to be running against him. But if you don't do it, I'm telling you, there's enough crazies that have moved into the state of Texas now and have grown up in the state of Texas that could pull the trigger on that and make a change. And, man, you don't want to see that. Democrats have told you just a few of the things that they want to do. They want to open the border again. Anybody who wants to shall come, and we'll take care of them. We'll pay for them. We'll feed them and house them and all the things that we were doing for 4 years. They also want to pack the Supreme Court. Some are stuck on 13. Some are stuck on 21. But they want to pack the Supreme Court with a bunch of leftist activists like Ketanji Brown Jackson. I made a video, and I talked about it on the radio, too. I think it's a horrible idea to expand beyond 9 because once you do that, the next thing you know, the next group is going to expand, the next group is going to expand, and then the Supreme Court becomes totally irrelevant. But I did tick off some libbers when I said, okay, they think expanding the Supreme Court is a great idea. Go ahead right now. Let's do it today. Go find yourself some Clarence Thomases and some Sam Alitos and start doing it. Pack the Supreme Court with a bunch of them. And I heard from Democrats, no, that's not what we mean by pack it. That's exactly what you mean. It's exactly what you mean. They also want to force hospitals to do trans surgeries on children. This is them saying it. It's not me. And then, of course, they're going to come after your guns because Iran is the perfect example as to why you don't want to have an unarmed citizenry. Look what they're doing. They stand up to their government. They protest their government. And now they're swinging at the end of a rope every day. They swing by the end of the rope in Iran every day. 40,000 of them in 1 week just a couple of months ago. And that's exactly what they would do here if they took your guns away. And the Democrats are saying we want to take your guns away. We want the Second Amendment to go away. So that's where we are. And there's a lot of other stuff that they're saying they plan on doing as well. So every time we have an election, this is the most important election ever. This is the most important. But this is it, baby. This is it. And thank God every day we have Donald Trump and not Kamala, or whatever you want to call her. We do have Stevens Roofing. And with these storms that continue to come through and drop the rain like it is, they're bringing high winds, sometimes hail and stuff like that. If you and your neighborhood have been hit with the recent storms, get your roof checked out by our friends over at Stevens Roofing. Just call them. They'll come right out. They never charge for their roof inspection. We're talking about roofing pros. We're talking about the best in the business. As you well know, rainstorms can damage the shingles. They can all the roofing material up there. It can even lift shingles off of your roof. You might see one or two in the yard or on the driveway. If you do, call Stevens Roofing at 210-785-0994. Locally owned, they're very well trusted. They are experienced at what they do for more than 40 years, okay? You don't stay in business that long around here unless you're doing it right, and they do it right every day. Honest inspections, professional workmanship that you can count on. That's Stevens Roofing, 210-785-0994. The rain and thunder has moved off to our east. Chances are dropping as the day goes on. Might be some more later tonight. High near 80. Right now, 72 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a few stalls. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. On 410 westbound at Espada Road, we've got a stall. It's taking up a right lane. On I-10 upper level, westbound 35, that stall's off to the shoulder. Another at 90 eastbound General McMullen, right shoulder blocked. And on 410 eastbound at I-10, disabled vehicle off to the left shoulder. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Operation Appreciation, benefiting Soldiers Angels, starts Memorial Day weekend. Presented by Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. And in part by Window World, the Institute for Functional Health, Big State Financial, here in Texas, and Connecticut.
Not a lot of things in this world are free, especially a world with high inflation. But when it comes to financial education, I have something free for you. It's the Creating Richer Lives podcast. I'm Carl Eggers, your host. Find the podcast each week at creatingricherlives.com or on all major podcasting platforms.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. People don't trust car buyers. People think the price is going to be wrong, and people think it's going to be a hassle. Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is what we do at GiveMeTheVin.com, and that's what makes us America's best car buyer. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now and get a quote on yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Imagine a clinic where you can see your primary care provider who will actually help you reduce your medications and improve your overall health. A clinic where you are rewarded for getting rid of medications. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health, a place where you have a whole team of professionals that work together to balance your hormones, reduce your digestive issues, decrease inflammation, improve energy, sleep better, and get out of pain naturally. At the Institute for Functional Health, you receive state-of-the-art testing, education, and care. You are never alone, and you will have a team that is relentless in the pursuit to make you the best version of yourself. Now is the time to take care of your health. Call us at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. You don't have to worry, we can see you now. Call 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. 468-1891.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your vehicle's cooling system is crucial to keeping your engine cool. When the coolant breaks down, so can your car. Without proper cooling, your car will overheat, which means expensive repairs. The BG Cooling System Service restores cooling function, prevents corrosion, and reduces the risk of overheating. Be good to your car with the BG Cooling System Service. Find a BG shop near you at bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com. Does your car AC smell moldy or musty? Over time, mold, mildew, and bacteria grows in your vehicle's climate control system. This air stinks, and it can be harmful to your health. The BG Climate Control Service cleans the system and kills germs with a hospital-grade disinfectant. Be good to your car and ask for the BG Climate Control Service at your next oil change. To find a BG shop, visit bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com.
Stay on top of the latest news wherever you are. Stream KTSA on the go. This is News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Queridos amigos de Cuba, this is your Presidento speaking. Actually, I could be your Presidento when you think about it. 51st state.
He's at the Resolute desk. He's wearing a green army. Well, he's wearing the Castro getup with the gray beard.
Estado 5-1, baby. You could be part of El America. Mucho bueno ideo, papi. Dale. Anyway, right now we're finishing up a little side quest in El Irano. But as soon as we're done there, es la hora de la big, beautiful Cuban fiesta, chicos. We're going to pick up Raul Castro, dress him up like a DJ, put him in jail, and we're going to have the biggest fiesta of all time.
Yeah.
With delicious mojitos,
Okay.
sexy mamacitas,
All right.
and all-you-can-eat tacos and nachos, muchachos. We can get Daddy Yankee to sing that Gasolina song, and we're going to fiesta all night long.
Yeah, baby.
Es la hora de make El Cuba great again-o. Muchas gracias, chicos.
You got it, man. All right, good morning, Jack McCarty. How are you? You ready to take over
Sounds
Cuba?
just like it sounds just like voicemails that Trey leaves me.
That's exactly right. Buenos dias, Senor Jack.
Yes.
Well, are we on the road to something happening here? What do you think? I mean, they've moved the Nimitz group down there, right?
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see what's going to happen. I don't really know a lot about the internal situation, so because people in the know always say, oh, they're ready and the people are ready, and I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, you're a historian. You know history really well, and you know that the southern parts of Florida are full of refugees that are still living today that went through 1959. Here's one of them.
It means some justice for the Cuban people. For 67 years, I'm sorry, we have been ignored by everybody, the United Nations, the Organization of American States, the European Union.
He's crying, and I'm totally fine with that because this is something that they have been wanting for so long.
Kids and grandkids born here in Florida and in New York. And we're ready to do our part. This administration is the only administration that is trying to open the door for us.
So it's really, I'm touched by it, Jack. I truly am, and I'm hopeful for the people that had to leave their country with nothing because those guys stole it all from them, and maybe they got a chance for their country.
I don't know how old the gentleman was in the clip you just played, but obviously for older Cuban Americans, they remember getting their hopes up under Kennedy, under Nixon, and really being tragically, let down after believing that the moment had come. The other thing as you were playing that I was thinking about, and I'm sure you are too, is the gap, the gulf between somebody saying, these are criminals and they've hurt our family, and then you have other people wearing Che Guevara shirts and Fidel caps, and it's the coolest thing. It's like Urban Outfitters,
Right.
So it's like, how can this be the same place, right?
Yeah. I just, you're absolutely right to both of those things because you see the people wearing the Che shirts and they're like 18 years old. They have no idea who he was and what he did to the people there. By taking.
Well, even when I was a kid, that was cool to wear,
yeah.
And college kids wore it. I mean, so we make of these things what we want them to be. We remold them into that. That's why we're always a little behind when a new power rises like China, because we're still idealizing them like they were 75 years ago, and we just have to get over that.
Well, let's talk for a second about what he said too. That is, all the previous administrations let us down. As you said, people got their hopes up under Kennedy and under Nixon. Of course, we can't tell how this thing is going to turn out, but Donald Trump is really he's making some very bold moves all over the globe right now. He is repositioning everything, and he's taking over the Western Hemisphere for our good and for theirs too, I believe.
But all this stuff, I know I sound like a broken record.
That's okay.
None of this stuff is new.
Right.
This is all a return to what the U.S. doctrines and policies always used to be.
Yes.
We only got sold out by the globalists in our own government and our own political system in the last 20 years or so. But before that, this was clearly America's hemisphere. Clearly the idea was that our security is dependent on not letting or permitting hostile, regimes.
Yep.
Sometimes it was, admittedly, there were mistakes made and there was heavy hands in Central America and whatnot. But obviously, that's just normal U.S. policy that Trump is returning to.
Well, and I want to circle back to something you said yesterday. It's come up on this show before too, and it goes to what you just said. The globalists within our government, okay, they're still there. And it's a waiting game at this point because they're going to return to all of it when Donald Trump is gone unless we have somebody of strong stature like a Cuban American named Marco Rubio as the president or in some particular capacity there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a lot yesterday on the show that basically it's a waited out strategy. Everybody is now saying that out loud, in fact, saying just wait it. That's what Comey said, right? Wait it out.
Right. And that is the plan, is just to wait.
So they don't think he's changed anything. They think this is just a brief interruption in their ongoing grandiose, schemes.
Yeah. On another subject, did you get any feedback from the Paxton endorsement from him? Did anybody, what kind of feelers did you get on that? Was it mainly positive or what?
I had people just saying I was already going to vote for him. It didn't matter to me. That was the gist of what I heard. What did you hear?
The same thing. That's exactly what I heard over and over again, whether it was on the Facebook page or whether it was on the radio yesterday and today as well. People were saying, well, I already did it, Yeah,
I love the Republican upper crust people with their faux, he's not a good man and he's ethically challenged, which he is, but I'm just like, have you not heard of Graham Plattner? Do you remember Larry Wide-Stance Craig? Like you are a club of dysfunctional, morally, just warped, whatever, disfigured horror movie, villains, and you're worried about Ken Paxton joining sullying your membership, Like, until Ken Paxton gets there, it's been lily white and very pure, and you've got to be kidding me.
Well, and the way I look at that is that they fear him, or else they wouldn't be going after him with all this stuff. You get impeached most times because the other side fears you. They got a real problem with what you're doing.
If everything is true, and I don't believe everything is true, but if everything they say about Paxton is true, he fits right into the Senate. He's like an average. He's like an average guy.
He's not the worst of the worst.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
No, you don't need to be sorry. That's absolutely true.